Just before we begin, councillors, before we begin the proceedings this evening, I'd like to take a minute to address the allegation of conflict of interest for some councillors that was raised in a letter sent to council yesterday. I understand that this letter has been widely circulated, and so at this point I'll ask the CAO to provide a response on behalf of the town.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Borrowman. Administration has done some due diligence. We've consulted relevant legislation and have also sought advice from legal counsel on the allegations of conflict of interest, and so I can provide the following. Specifically, the Municipal Government Act in Division 6 addresses pecuniary interest only as it relates to the conduct of municipal councillors. And Section 170 specifically says that, sorry. So Section 170 of the MGA within that division states that a councillor has a pecuniary interest in a matter if the matter could monetarily affect the councillor or an employer of the councillor, or the councillor knows or should know that the matter could monetarily affect their councillor's family. It does, however, state that that is subject to Section 3 of that same area, which specifically states that a councillor does not have a pecuniary interest by reason only of any interest. That the councillor or a member of the councillor's family may have, by reason of being appointed by the council as a director of a company incorporated for the purpose of carrying on business for and on behalf of the municipality, or by reason of being appointed as the representative of the council on another body. And further in Section F, that a member of the councillor's family may have by having an employer other than the municipality that is monetarily affected by a decision of the municipality. That might be a little regulation ease to interpret, but essentially given that above and given the advice of legal counsel, it's clear that neither Councillor McCallum, whose common law partner is employed by Spring Creek Mountain Village, and as we all know, that's one of the three proponents preparing a detailed proposal for the proposed daycare lands development, nor the mayor and councillors who sit on the CCHC board and have acted in their capacity as board directors have a conflict of interest associated with participating in the debate and decision on the old daycare site land use bylaw amendment. And just for clarity, I want to highlight that the bylaw before you this evening, bylaw 2016-32, the old daycare lands DC district, is a land use decision only. So all matters related to the selection and award of the development contract for the subject lands will be made by the CCHC board at a later date. So as of the land use and as per those clauses within the Municipal Government Act, there is no conflict of interest for any council member on this issue.
Councillor Krause.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Soto, for providing that information. I just wanted to clarify when you said Spring Creek is a proponent or submitting an application with regards to the RFP. As we all know, I actually didn't know that until, and nor should I have known that necessarily. Until the public hearing, because it's really not council's issue as to whether who's submitting a proposal.
That's correct. The shortlisted proponents were shortlisted by CCHC, and that is a process being run by CCHC.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you. with that, then I'll look to see if there's other questions from the public, not further questions related to that particular issue.
My name's Kim Johnson. So, as I understand it, and there's a bit of confusion about some of the words and legislation, et cetera, but it appears that the analysis is that there's no official conflict of interest here with Councillor McCollum sitting in on decisions on the development of the Larch Park Old Daycare lands. That's interesting. I'm still a little bit confused by that. Tell me then, why was it that you excused yourself from discussions on Spring Creek activities that were before the council? Because I think you felt that there was a conflict of interest.
Mr. Johnson.
So how is that different now?
We've addressed these questions.
To you.
We've addressed these questions through the CAO's input right now. That's really all that's necessary at this time.
Well, I'm just saying you have an example where she has excused herself from discussions because of her involvement, and now I'm told that, well, no, she doesn't need to do that. It doesn't seem real to me.
Ms. DeSoto?
Yes, just for clarity, those decisions were specifically made on a decision on Spring Creek lands. This is a land use decision, which has no bearing on a decision related to Spring Creek Mountain Village.
Are there other questions not related to that particular challenge, allegation?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Hugh Taufel. I would like, I didn't get any answer on the issue of, we do know that in September, Mr. Bob Koshin of Distinctive Homes, he resigned from the board of the CCHC because he said there was a conflict of interest. So it seems less than 100% clear how it could be that his project coordinator for Distinctive Homes, Ms. Leslie Bannister, could be appointed back to that board. Would that not also be a conflict of interest? Certainly not that transparent. I do know that both Councillor McCallum and yourself, Mr. Mayor, were on that board that appointed her or confirmed the appointment. So could we get an answer to that question? How can a principal and then have his own employee be on the board when the principal stated that he had a conflict?
Mr. Koshin resigned from the board, but he did not need to resign. He could have recused himself from any decision related to that particular project. And so as per CCHC's codes for their board of directors, Ms. Bannister would have had to conduct it herself accordingly.
Just saying it.
Dougal, Mr. Forte.
Just for the sake of clarity, CCHC has a conflict of interest policy, and in the case of Ms. Bannister, she never participated in any decisions related to the selection in the EOI or the RFP, and she has resigned from the board because she has moved to Calgary. So for the interest of clarity, she never participated in any decisions related to the EOI or the RFP.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but my recollection when Mr. Koshin resigned, it was largely due to health issues?
In part, but in part he wanted to participate. As the CAO has indicated, he could have recused himself from any one of those decisions, but he felt it was clearer if he just resigned from the board at that point in time.
Thank you. Councillor Krause?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to provide a comment that I just think it's highly inappropriate for people to be suggesting a conflict of interest because of in their opinion. Conflict of interest is a matter of fact, and it's nothing lightly to be thrown around. I'm not suggesting it's light, but that it has been thrown around lightly, but I do suggest that unless the actual law has been referenced, that one should not be saying that there's a conflict of interest just because they believe or they think there's a conflict of interest.
Okay, at this time, I'll call the meeting to order. Looking to the agenda. Is there changes, additions? Seeing none. Move the agenda be approved as presented. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Looking then to the minutes of January 17th, public hearing. Are there errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll move the minutes be adopted as presented. Those in favor? Opposed? And looking to the minutes of the January 24th regular meeting of council. Are there errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll move the minutes be adopted as presented. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Moving on to item D1. Business arising from the minutes, the Shop Local campaign. Council had heard a request that council approved provision of $59,500 from the Economic Development Reserve to Carmela Consulting to carry out a Canmore Buy Local marketing strategy proposal. Council is familiar with the details of that proposal. We spoke at length with the proponent when she appeared as a delegation. This time, I'll move the council accept that request as information. Is there discussion on that motion? Councillor Russell?
Just for clarification, we're accepting it for information. What does that do to the process now? Or we're approving nothing? What I'm
We're
seeing
just
on my agenda-
we're accepting the report that they prepared around the benefits of a Shop Local campaign, but that's all that the town would do, is just accept that report as information, something that's out there in the private sector.
Okay, the reason for my confusion is that on our agenda document that council approved provision. I just want to make sure we're not
Yeah.
approving provision.
No, the motion
Thank
is to simply accept the request as information.
Thank you for the clarity.
Is there discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Looking now then to item E1, under unfinished business, Cause Canada property tax exemption request. I don't think there's any report from administration on this. Councillor Ms. DeSoto?
No, there's no report. However, there is a tabled motion or a postponed motion from your last meeting. So I would recommend that if you wish to pursue the recommended motion that you were seeking clarity on and has been provided by the manager of finance, then you would need to rescind that motion that you postponed first and then move this motion. So the motion that's postponed is the first motion up on the, so that is currently on the table.
What's the number of that motion?
It was in the minutes. That was 25-2017.
In which case, I will move that the council rescind motion 25-2017. Is there discussion on that motion? Seeing none, call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. The motion on the overhead, at the bottom, I'll put that on the table. Move the council exempt from property taxes, except those for perpetually affordable housing and seniors requisition. That portion of tax roll number 17049, leased by Cause Canada as permitted under the MGA Section 362 and its related regulations, provided that the property owner passes the value of the exemption along to Cause Canada, and for greater certainty, the exemption ends at the earlier of, number 1, if the lease or nonprofit activities ends partway through a full calendar year on December the 31st of the year immediately preceding the end of the lease, or in the second case, December 31st, 2019. Discussion on that motion? Councillor Russell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I wonder if someone could give me a bit of history. I understand that this group previously had held to exemption status from 2012, I believe. And I wonder, what was the original rationale for providing that exemption? Can anybody?
I'll ask Ms. Van Kynbema to speak to that.
When I started in 2013, it was made aware that council had a number of requests come to them for different exemptions, and at that time there were some that were coming every year, and council had given my predecessor sort of a resolution that a different process should be found. So Cause Canada was receiving that exemption just automatically historically. And then as a result of applying the copter regulations from the province, for the very first time this past fall, we sent out the forms asking people, and that's when it came to our attention that Cause Canada its activities were not providing a benefit strictly for the people of the town of Canmore, and that's when it came to light that they didn't qualify for an automatic exemption under those provisions. So the history is, it was grandfathered, it had been happening, and then once we took a closer look at everybody and required them to complete the application, it came to light.
If you could just clarify, and I'm guessing, I may know the answer, I'm not trying to hold you up to it. Historically, it takes it back to about 2012?
Well, 2012 is where I can see where council had given direction to now take a look, find a different process rather than having people come one-off.
Yeah, because at
Yeah.
one point, there were only the two organizations, the Royal Canadian Legion and the Lions Club that were receiving that.
Yeah, so there was quite a bit of discussion as a result of council's direction in 2012 to go and take a closer look at the different organizations that were receiving exemptions, and that's when it came to light.
Thank you.
So to the motion then, I'll speak in favor. I'm supportive of the tax exemption to Cause Canada. I think Cause Canada provides a number of very positive opportunities both within the town and outside of our community. One of the more notable contributions that Cause Canada makes within the town of Canmore is the annual half marathon event. We've been running that for more than 20 years, which certainly helps to provide some more certainty around economic sustainability for businesses in that season. So I will support the motion. Councillor Russell, did you have a comment?
Yes. Thank you, Your Worship. Cause Canada is a commendable organization. They do great stuff. They do a lot around the world. It's a very limited contribution for us to turn back. In my view, it's a limited contribution locally for us to turn back and just, there you go, no problem. Don't pay your taxes. We'll let the rest of local businesses cover it. I think, I'm really torn with this because I like what they do overseas, but I don't know that it's the Canmore taxpayers' duty to subsidize a business that is in the business of primarily servicing everything overseas. So no, I will not be supporting this.
Is there other discussion on the motion? Councillor Krausert?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will support this motion, just in reference to Councillor Russell's comments. I mean, it's a not-for-profit. And the fact that it's a not-for-profit is what gives them eligibility for this consideration. The work that they do locally, beyond the education and the events that they run here, is also an opportunity for our locals to participate in that overseas development. And so I think that actually has quite a bit of value to the community.
Councillor Sanford?
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I too would be inclined to support this initiative, mostly because I know that people in the community have benefited from the social justice issues that have been raised by this organization within the community, the outreach they do in the schools, and the global citizenship initiatives that they bring awareness to around the world. So they are a nonprofit, they're not a business. So I think it's clear that they do bring value to the community, and the international value is something that is quite meaningful to our community. So I would support this.
So the discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried with Councillor Russell in opposition. Moving on then to item E1. Very similar issue, request, pardon me, E2. Again, council had a full presentation at a recent meeting where we were able to ask questions and gain a better understanding of the requests and the activities of Scope Society. Again, there's a recommended motion, I think, on the overhead. Oh, right, so there's a postponement. Which is the motion to postpone or to rescind?
There's two, 27 and 27A-2017.
Okay. So I'll move that the council rescind motion 27A-2017 and 27-2017. Discussion on the rescinding motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And then I'll put forward the new motion that council exempt from property taxes, except those for perpetually affordable housing and seniors requisition, that portion of tax roll number 2742 used by the Calgary Scope Society and its non-profit activities as permitted under MGA Section 362 and its related regulations. And for greater certainty, the exemption ends at the earlier of. In the first case, if the property is no longer used by the Calgary Scope Society for its non-profit activities, partway through a full calendar year, then on December 31st of the year immediately preceding the date the non-profit activity ceased, or in the second case, December 31st, 2019. Speaking to that motion, I will support this motion as well. We heard at the previous presentation that the Bow Valley Victim Services have found great value in their partnership relationship with Scope Society, and a number of victims in our community that need shelter have been provided shelter in this facility. For that reason, I'm prepared to support the motion. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the recommended exemption, but including the seniors requisition and the PAH requisition, is also a good compromise. And I know that I had proposed a previous amendment to that motion, but looking at what the proponent presented and how they could be eligible as a facility and a municipality offered operated and used by an organization for charitable or benevolent purposes. I think they fall under that item G quite well, that they used as the rationale for going for this exemption, so I'm happy to support it, understanding more about the issue. So thank you.
Any other comments, discussion to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Moving now to item F1, Bylaw 2016-32, Old Daycare Lands DC District. Mr. Fish is away. Mr. Fark, you're presenting the report.
Pinch hitting for Mr. Fish. Good evening, Mayor Borrowman, members of council. So before you this evening is the matter of the second and third reading of Bylaw 2016-32, which is the land use bylaw for the old daycare lands. So as council is, I believe, very well aware by this point, development for these lands has been a topic of much discussion for quite some time. Consistent with the strategic priority of council to provide new affordable housing units, and council direction for this site specifically, a new land use district has been proposed to enable development on a portion of these lands. There was a public hearing held on January 17th, 2017. Written and oral presentations were provided, and they focused on two core aspects. The first was opinions that the land should not be used for any form of housing development, affordable or not. And B, there were points made in favor of the need for affordable housing and this as an appropriate location for that form of housing. Unfortunately, there were very few comments at the public hearing that actually addressed the specifics of the bylaw itself. However, there was at least one. We'll go through those points here very quickly. To give you a bit of the history, relevant council direction in 2012, Mayor Borrowman moved that administration proceed with a level 2 engagement with a consultant over the best overall community benefit for the redevelopment of the daycare lands. In 2014, Mayor Borrowman moved that council direct administration to begin community engagement and create potential development scenarios for this parcel. And in 2015, moved by Mayor Borrowman that council approve the disposition of up to 50% of municipal reserve on this parcel, known as the old daycare lands, for the primary purpose of development of perpetually affordable housing. So some of you may remember the image that is up there before you. That is a photo of the site from June 2009 when it was not the old daycare land, it was the current daycare lands at that time. So, DC 2016-32, Old Daycare Lands Direct Control District. Its purpose, to provide a comprehensively designed perpetual affordable housing development. Non-residential uses or developments may be allowed in accordance with the listed uses when such uses are compatible with the residential purpose of the district. And the map to the right, obviously, is showing the area that was subdivided and is now set aside as for development. So what are the permitted uses on this land? Accessory developments, home occupations class 1, parks and playgrounds, perpetually affordable housing, and public utilities. Discretionary uses, you can see the list there. It includes daycare facilities, a number of different residential types, garden suites, secondary suites, signs, stacked homes, townhouses, and townhouses. Of note, perpetual affordable housing within this district may take the form of townhouses, stacked townhouses, and duplex, and may include secondary suites or garden suites. So what were some of the comments and concerns raised from the public hearing? One of the main concerns that was raised was removal of flat recreation space. Administration certainly recognizes that ensuring sufficient recreation space is important for the community. However, it is important to note that the daycare lands are not considered as a regional park for planning purposes. The Lions Park is. And for future planning for Lions and Millennium is a medium-term action in the Recreation Master Plan. Furthermore, in the Recreation Master Plan, flat land for this type of park was not actually identified as one of the top priorities of the community. There was a concern around the view the development may have on the existing homes from the north. So you can see here in this picture that the tree grove that is there will mitigate many of those concerns, is that the tree grove will provide a separation between the new development and the existing development. And there's a proposal or a discussion of stepping back the upper story. Let me rephrase that. There was a suggestion that stepping back the upper story may be necessary, but it would not have a substantive impact on the development given the presence of the trees. And there we go. You can see there that the red box, the area in the red box is what is expected to remain as treed area in that specific location. So in addition to the trees in the yards of the adjacent properties, there is the buffer area there that is approximately 10 meters. There was a concern raised regarding the flood risk posed in this particular location. It is important to note that this location is not in a floodway or a flood fringe. It is within a high groundwater area, as is the majority of the valley bottom, and there will be required mitigation at development to address that. This map shows the flood fringe. The red is the area that is in the flood fringe. However, the subdivided parcel that is being proposed does not fall within that area. The greater MR parcel, as it was historically, had just, you can see that southern edge was affected, but the proposed subdivided parcel is not. There were concerns about water and sanitary capacity. Important to note that this is these considerations, water and sanitary capacity, are traditionally dealt with at the development phase of a project. We've done some preliminary review by the engineering, and it indicates that there is certainly sufficient capacity. However, any additional infrastructure, if needed, would need to be dealt with at the development stage. There was a concern about the lack of detail regarding the proposal and what was meant to be built. So again, going back to some of the history for this development, there was a few years ago, as per the council motion addressed earlier, a community engagement process, including a design charrette where potential built form on the property was discussed. However, where we are in the process now is at the land use bylaw area, and it is not an area where there is traditionally detailed design available. And this is true not just for town-led initiatives, but also for private development initiatives. It is atypical for a developer to invest heavily in detailed design before having certainty of land use to know that the design can actually be incorporated, because it is quite significant cost to develop detailed design. So we do anticipate greater detail will be available at the development permit stage. And with council as the development authority, they will have obviously oversight on that development and what that will look like. And as you see the arrow moving from left to right across your screen, that is indicating from the lesser to greater level of detail that can be expected as we move through the process. There is a question around other lands that should be or could be used or would be more suitable than these particular lands. So the administration and the direction of council has been undergoing two processes lately, the results of which will be coming to council soon. We alluded to this in the staff report. The first of those processes was an evaluation of the fair homelands as potentially suitable for housing. We went out for an independent assessment, essentially a wetland assessment for the site. And the recommendation coming back from the consultant is that in order to respect the intent of the provincial guidelines on preservation of wetlands, that site is not currently appropriate for development. And we will be bringing a detailed report to that effect to council in March. At the same time, administration has been doing a town-wide review of lands, all lands essentially, to look at what lands may be potentially available for development of this type of housing. We will be bringing that review also in detail to council in March. The short summary is that there are only a small number of parcels on which that would have the critical mass on which any form of development could take place. Of those parcels, the only two that are currently controlled by the town and appropriate and do not require significant investment in flood mitigation or other significant processes, or are not held by private parties, which would require negotiation and acquisition costs, are the Palliser lands and the old Daycare lands. And the town is currently pursuing development on both of those. So in administration's review, we were unable to find other currently available suitable lands. There is one exception to that, which was number 1 Industrial Place. Previously, at a previous council meeting, council had received information that a private developer had intended to bring forward a proposal to bring a potential affordable housing or purpose-built rental development on that land. Subsequent to that last council meeting, that developer has declined to move forward with that proposal. So administration had not identified that parcel as having potential due to the fact that we understood another developer was pursuing that. Given that that developer is no longer pursuing that, in theory, those lands could be available. Of note for those lands, they certainly are in an interesting location and could have potential. It's something that we will want to investigate. It would require acquisition costs, so the town would have to purchase those lands. And furthermore, the land is not without its encumbrances or complications as well. It is currently zoned as light industrial. There is a very, very small supply of light industrial lands within the town, so council would need to weigh at that time whether the benefits would outweigh the potential costs. To date, no town-led exploration of that parcel has been conducted, although it is something that we may consider doing at a future date. Another concern that was raised was no market housing on site. If the land was to be used for housing, it should be restricted to affordable housing only. The council direction received so far has been to maximize the amount of PAH on this land. However, the way the district is crafted is to not preclude the possibility that if some market housing is required from a financing perspective, that could be a potential option. So again, the direction from council is maximize PAH, retain flexibility in case of need only. There were wildlife concerns addressed on this parcel. So the first note is the province has stated that such areas such as this are problematic and contribute to human-wildlife interactions. And these are bad. We heard a lot of people speak passionately about the elk on that site and how they appreciate that proximity to them. However, it is a risk and a danger both to the elk and to people, and is something that actually parks, the province, and even our own human use management guidelines tries to discourage and prevent. So retaining that space as a grazing area for elk is not actually considered as desirable or appropriate. Bears and other animals find their way into the community through those spaces. And the EIS completed for the site indicates impacts on habitat and wildlife would be negligible due to the fact this is already a heavily used and disturbed site. There was some specific concern raised at the public hearing around a comment or a portion of the environmental review that was conducted that indicated the burning that was noted in the area. The consultant understood they were to be campfires. when they were in fact fire smart actions. We note that that actually was an error in the report. However, that error was not substantive or material and does not negate the overall conclusion of the report. Traffic and parking. Again, I would like to highlight that traffic and parking are usually concerns that are taken care of at the development stage, and these are technical considerations. Certainly a preliminary review has been done that shows capacity in the existing road network. No safety concerns have been raised by the RCMP or bylaw. A modest increase to traffic is anticipated. Of course, the site formerly housed the daycare, which itself generated a significant number of trips. And parking for low-density housing will be provided on site. Then there was a specific question in regards to driveway location on 17th Avenue. Although it is not explicit in this particular bylaw, this is already covered in the general provisions of the land use bylaw, and it limits driveways on the street where there is a lane. So under the anticipation that a lane will be included as part of the development, driveways on the street would not be permitted. Access would have to be through the lane. The existing block face is laneway access, and the land use bylaw general provision requires that the new development essentially mirror or be consistent with the existing driveway provisions or the street provisions in that location. The front yard setback is only 3 meters and is not conducive to driveways. And driveways for a street to a garage must be a minimum of 6 meters in length, also in the general provisions. Density was raised as a concern. Lower and higher densities in the area are, of course, possible. Council has given somewhat clear direction in terms of what they view as acceptable densities in those locations. The district is attempting to achieve a balance between a realizable number of units, PAH affordability, and the community context. So we are trying to take that into consideration when we are looking at what is appropriate. So some concern around the flexibility of the regulations. One particular individual at the public hearing spoke about wanting to retain some flexibility for potential site design and alterations. So regulations, as always, are a careful balance of certainty and flexibility. We need to have some of both. The community requires some certainty in terms of understanding what could be possible, and some flexibility needs to be afforded as well for the options of development that could occur. It is intended to complement the existing neighborhood. It is also important to note, once again, that council, as the development authority on this, does have variance ability. So should they decide that they want to vary a particular aspect to suit a particular type of development within a certain limitation, that is within their authority to do. And again, council is the development authority. There was a question about whether there really is a housing need, and also an interesting comment on the right to housing. The CCHC has consistently maintained high levels of occupancy in their unit portfolio. Obviously, the CHAP 2011 document indicates a strong need for affordable housing. A number of research and studies and community engagement processes, as well as community engagement processes, have clearly identified that the availability and affordable housing is the number one concern of residents within the town, both for residents and for small businesses looking to retain and recruit staff. So certainly all indications are that there is no lack whatsoever of a demand for more housing, and certainly more housing of this nature. There was a question around the playground. So again, when we look at it from a planning perspective, we try to plan playgrounds within a certain geographic area. Too many and it becomes essentially a financial burden on the municipality. Too few and it does not provide sufficient recreation opportunities for residents. That particular area is already well served by the playground in Lions Park, of which there are 2. and the distance to the nearest playground is less than 500 meters per the OSTP, Open Space and Trails Plan. So we do feel that the area is certainly sufficiently served by other playground facilities. Moreover, the hockey rink that is the valued community amenity in that location will be retained and actually is scheduled to be rebuilt this year. Are there any questions? I can show you some lovely photos while you contemplate your questions. So that's from 2009.
So I have, what's that?
That's from 1981. September
A
25.
general question around the variance within the land use bylaws, general regulations.
Mhm.
And you've noted that as it's a DC district, there's already potential for variance at the approval stage of any project that should come forward. That variance arguably would be used to foster a project proposal that shows great benefit in terms of the fitting into the neighborhood and meets the requirements for the affordable housing.
Right.
So just speak in general terms about how that may play out.
Certainly. So first of all, of note is that the parcel itself is currently fixed. So subdivision has already taken place. Registration of that subdivision is already in process with land titles. So the land itself is, or the space available for development is not subject to alteration without going through a new process. There would need to be a new subdivision, a new public hearing. All of that process would need to take place in order to change the configuration of the land itself. And then perhaps Mr. Sorfleet would like to speak too.
With respect to variances, council as the development authority within a direct control district has unlimited variance power. Generally, variances are used to preserve something that you want to preserve or to enhance something that you want to enhance. So an example might be we want to alter this rear yard setback to push the building further back to save a tree in the front yard. That might be a variance that would be considered. Similarly, at development, you may find that this particular eave line is okay because it's mitigatable based on its location, or you might say that a garage can be in this location, similar things. So you can deal with a variance as part of the application as a whole and a variance in isolation. But regardless of the DC district, council has unfettered variance powers. Only a development officer or planning commission have fettered variance powers within land use districts.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Russell.
Thank you. Just in your reference to the CHAP document, is 2011 the last iteration of CHAP?
2011 is the most recent update, yes.
So 6 years. Oh, thank you.
Councillor Krausert.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Fark, for your presentation. I have some questions, but they may be best answered by Mr. Sorfleet.
That's why
So
he's
I
here.
will leave it to your discretion.
Yes, sir.
Earlier, I had provided some amendments I was considering to Mr. Fish and copied to yourself, so I think you're aware. With respect to Schedule A, Section 3.36.6.3, which is 3.36.6.3, which is under Area B specific regulations. It talks about, there's a line there, no habitable floor space shall be permitted above the second story. I noticed that that wasn't included in either of the other areas, and it does talk about the maximum of 2 stories there. So I had asked this question previously. I wasn't really sure what it added, and I was concerned that by having it in one and not all, it actually can create an interpretation confusion.
Yep.
And so I'm really just putting it to you, and I put it to Mr. Fish. He had indicated that the change seems reasonable and respects the intent
It does. The only reason for including that is to be clear that no loft space or mezzanine or partial floor can go above the second story, because those aren't considered a full story.
Right.
It is a little bit of gray area. So 336.62 says a maximum of 2 stories, but is silent on that mezzanine component. So at the same point, council's the development authority. So
So it could allow it anyway.
Yeah.
My next question, I wanted to ask about view sheds. Because I understand that when you set heights, there's a couple of things that they serve. One, they can control the size of the building, but it also then sets the expectations with how high they're going to go, so you start to be able to see the impact on the surrounding area. Can you explain what a view shed is then, please?
A view shed, and really the only place we restrict view sheds is in the downtown area. So we try and, downtown and Bow Valley Trail, we try and protect a view from pedestrian level of the surrounding scenery. But you can define a view shed in many ways. Again, typically that'll be from a street corner with a specific angle. So you're not supposed to have building within 16.5 degrees of horizontal, and that's to try and protect a particular view. So view sheds don't typically apply in a residential development. We've dealt with them downtown and in Bow Valley Trail on our key intersections, but they can be involved, and I think part of that, if I can gesticulate here, this handy dandy cut in the corner of my building, or in the corner of my sheet. A view shed from this location might say you need to cut this corner of the building off. But if you push the building further back, that view shed angle is still maintained, so the building stays rectangular.
So what I'm going to be proposing is, under the current setbacks and with the current maximum heights in each of the areas, is it clear, and Mr. Alaric had said that it seems reasonable and provides some flexibility, but is it clear then that when, if at your front setback, the height that's allowed, if you're seeing from immediately across the street, that sets that angle you're talking about, that view shed. And so when I talk to this, it's about variance in height, provided it does not detract from that view shed.
Yep, that provides criteria for a developer to say, okay, well, I should not try and ask for a variance for this because the district says don't.
Right.
Yeah.
And then my next amendment, and it's my final question, thank you for the indulgence with the mic. My final amendment will be going to that as long as you're within that view shed, and recognizing council could, or whichever council can deal with that however they like, but within that view shed, that the maximum stories could change provided it's respecting that variance.
You would still want to include a maximum height
Yeah.
in that provision so
Yeah.
that you don't end up with a 6-story building 40 meters back from.
Well, it would be, yeah, it would be impossible given the size of the.
Correct.
Of the size of the district that we're talking about, because it still sets a parameter and it still does the intent of limit the size and protect the view.
Yeah,
based on
it's
what was said
still,
there.
it maintains the view from the street, yes.
Great. So I just wanted to ask those questions so that you have an opportunity to speak to them. And as I mentioned, Mr. Fish had said that they seem reasonable and provide some flexibility with respect to the intent. So, and you saw that, so, okay, thank you.
Just a follow-up question on something you referenced earlier, Mr. Fark, around the concern that's been expressed in the neighborhood of number of driveways that may be spilling onto 17th or potentially 11th. If I understand what you said, that when the roadway has, when properties are served by a laneway, there's already an existing law or regulation that precludes driveways spilling onto the roadway.
So the general regulations, I'm going to mess up but it's section 4 point something, was in Mr. Fark's presentation. The block face, so basically it says where there's lane access and the predominant or vehicle access should follow the predominant block face pattern. So if you look at the block face, we've got a front drive here, front drive there, and I think there's one right here. And the rest are lane access. So the predominant block face is lane access. So under the general regulations, the expectation is if there's a lane on this site, vehicle access would be from the lane. If there's no lane on that site, then of course vehicle access would be from the street. So that's where that comes into play. And it's, the bylaw is crafted around community continuity and consistency. So if the whole block face is driveways, then it makes no sense to say the other side of the street can't have driveways. But where the whole block face is no driveways, then it makes sense.
Right. So of course, it remains to be seen what the individual proponents will envision in regards to an internal laneway.
Yep, and
But if-
that bylaw actually applies to these sites too. So if they applied for a front drive, they would be told, use the lane.
And that regulation is within the higher level general regulations, section 4 of the land use bylaw.
Correct.
Thank you. Other questions from members of council at this time? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for presentation, Mr. Fark. So there was some discussion, actually, no, it was one of the letters we received as part of the public hearing package with regards to amenity space, in particular playground and play area for children. At this time, you've stated that the nearest playground is 500 meters away as per the Open Trails Master Plan. But that does not preclude council in a future budget for budgeting for such like a tot lot or something like that. And it doesn't preclude a developer, whoever bids on this, of offering up a tot lot or a playground or some sort of play amenity as part of their
Certainly,
proposal.
nothing that is contemplated here fetters a future council's discretion for what additional amenity they may want to provide on that location and what budget they wish to put towards that. So the short answer is yes, a future council absolutely could add additional playground space to that location. Or yes, to your point, a potential development or development proposal that could come forward could include provision of a tot lot or additional playground amenity in that location if that was part of their proposal.
Interesting. Thank you very much.
Councillor Stanford.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Fark, for your presentation. A question about how do you connect up two pieces of property that have different zonings? So you've got an MR piece and potentially a residential piece. What does the town do to connect those?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
If there would be pathways or some sort of how do you integrate those two pieces of land?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, certainly there's, the designation of MR is, it's a reserve designation. The town has the ability to integrate and to connect infrastructure as they feel is appropriate. Oftentimes that will be a condition of development whereby the developer will be required to provide connectivity to existing ped, cyclist, and street infrastructure as part of the development. And I expect that a similar requirement would be put in place here. So there's absolutely nothing to prevent the town from connecting this parcel or to trails, pathways, etc. And it may in fact become a requirement of development.
If I may, it is anticipated that I say rustic path would be in the northern area. Of course, we have the dike path on this area that provides great pedestrian access. The reason for keeping this rustic is to maintain the trees. If you pave the trail, you got to cut down trees. Similarly, there'd be pedestrian access across the front, most likely in the form of a sidewalk, development. And then any residences built in this area, of course, they'll likely just go at their backyard.
So
much like Lions Park right here, where people will just go at the backyard.
So in the sense of doing something on that MR in the future, we've got a rink that's being proposed for that MR, right? It would just be contingent on what the development would be on that residential?
No, the rink will be there.
The rink will be there, but any
Independent of-
other amenity that might be, as Councillor McCallum suggested, if there's a tot lot or something, then the town would somehow manage any connection between those two
Correct,
properties?
yes.
Okay. Okay, that's all I was trying to get at. Thanks.
No problem.
Are there other questions from council? Councillor Seeley?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks for your presentation. At the public hearing, we heard traffic concerns. We're taking a look at all residential neighborhoods as far as speed, but also some traffic concerns at Railway Avenue. Can you just go over where the town is with the
Yeah, I
master
mean,
plan?
we have an overall transportation master plan that speaks to how we want to address traffic congestion and connectivity throughout the community. The specifics for this area, we have anticipated that this will result in an increase in traffic. However, it is certainly within, in a preliminary review, it is certainly within what would be considered to be manageable levels. In terms of street speeds, like speed limits, and broader community connectivity, certainly it would be administration's intent at some future date to come to council and have a discussion community-wide around appropriate speed limits and connectivity throughout the community. And so this location would not be unique in that sense. However, certainly restrictions on speeds or further restrictions on speeds could be considered. And then in terms of access through the area, we already do identify that the intersection between it's essentially 17th and Railway is problematic. Railway Avenue is currently up for design, complete redesign. We are conducting that work as part of this year's budget, with construction expected to start in 2018. And we expect that there will be significant improvements to that intersection, which should address some of the traffic flow concerns there.
Thank you.
Councillor Russell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Fark, can you just confirm for me, with the three zones marked out, Area A, B, and C, and you identified a small grove of trees north of that was going to remain, that's the red box, that will be the buffer, but the rest of the trees are potentially sacrificed?
So, if I can borrow Mr. Oh, there we go. If I can borrow Mr. Sorfleet's pointer. So the area in orange is what has been subdivided and is available for development. That red box is that section up there. Those trees will be expected to be preserved.
Everything else is up for...
Potentially up for, depending on what the development scheme is and what the developer proposes. Certainly, as Mr. Sorfleet indicated, preservation of trees is a valid concern for the development authority and potential fodder for a variance. So depending on what the development scheme looks like coming forward, but yes, you can anticipate that a large percentage of those trees will need to be removed in order to accommodate the development.
Thank you.
Councillor Comfort?
Yeah, I just was wondering with the rink being relocated and there was concern expressed about parking for people.
So as part of the rink development, facilities for access and parking will be part of that project. It's a rink relocation in the sense that it will not be in its current space. It will be realigned within the remaining MR space. So access, connectivity, and parking facilities will be part of that consideration.
Thank you.
Is there other questions from council at this time? Seeing none. Thanks for your presentation and answers. At this point then, I will move that council give second reading to bylaw 2016-32, the old daycare lands DC district. Councillor Krausert.
Thank you, Your Worship. As alluded to, I have some amendments that I'd like to put forward. My first one, so you can start turning to it, is with respect to section 3.36.91 under design requirements. While Ms. Hyde is putting this up on the screen, I thought I'd preface my thinking behind putting forward these amendments is that there are certain parameters that I think need to be there in order to make sure that there's growth that is limited and stays within the number of units that are required within this district, proposed district, and I'm not looking to change that. But in order to enhance the possibility of creative design work, I think that there is some work that can be done that can still maintain the integrity and the intent of what was proposed while allowing for some movement. So in 3.36.91, it talks about the Development Authority may grant variances to allow a total of 10% of the roof areas to exceed the maximum height by up to 10%, whereas the opinion that the architecture of the development would be enhanced. I'm looking to reword that section that keeps that in its entirety with respect to A and then adding a B. So what I'm looking to change that to is the Development Authority may grant variance to allow roof areas to exceed the maximum height either, and then A, which is what I just read, or B, where the view shed from the immediately across the street is not impaired more than would be created by a building at the maximum height, and it's different for each of the zones, so that's why it's just maximum height, would be, or as measured at the point of the front setback. So as discussed when talking with Mr. Sorfleet, somebody across the street, if they were looking at a building that's at the maximum height as the front setback, that there could be a further variance as long as that view line is not changed. And given the depth of the district that we're looking at, that is a limiting factor in itself of how tall you could actually go. But it allows potentially some increased density within a particular area of the property, which may then allow some additional area of the property not to be developed, right? So it allows, perhaps, whether it's the corner where there's the trees, not to cut down the trees. I know Councillor Russell has brought that up before. It allows, perhaps, one of the sections to be not developed as set out here. I actually took to heart the comment at the public hearing, the one that spoke to the bylaw, that said if we set these in stone with regards to height and setback, you're in fact designing a building. And if you're going to get to those numbers, it has to cover the whole footprint. I think that there might be some other options available that allow the height, the size to be respected, the number of units to be respected, but allow for some creativity that will in fact maybe save some trees or allow not the entire area that's set aside to be developed. And this is key to that. So I would seek your support in making this amendment. And as noted, when I sent this to Mr. Fish, he indicated, and this is the full quote, "I do not have any major concerns with what you have proposed. They seem reasonable and provide some flexibility while respecting the intent."
So does that amendment, which council follows the intent and understands the wording of the amendment? As I understand it, it essentially adds some additional direction or shaping to the existing design requirements as noted. It's also been recognized that within a DC district and given the Section 4 of the land use bylaw, there's room for these sort of variances to be granted. But as I understand, the intent of your amendment is just to put the context into that possible variance.
Yeah, It's my understanding that, whether it's DC or not, council and development authorities do not take variances lightly, because I think that what we put in the bylaw sets expectations for the public and for owners when they're developing their property. And so this makes it explicit, something that they don't need to wonder about and seek a special variance for if it's specifically labeled. I think it makes for a better process.
Thank you. Councillor Seeley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll support the amendment. I think it allows for flexibility as discussed. And at the public hearing, we heard less restrictive regulations might allow for creativity in design. And Councillor Crowser's point, we want to encourage something, and if it's put in there, it goes a long way to thinking about the variances and just making it a little bit more clear.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not 100% clear on the view shed concept and where, if we're only talking about it from immediately across the street, are there other considerations for view shed that are not adjacent to the street? So I guess to me it's open to interpretation. Who is going to be impacted by the view shed? Only the people from across the street, or potentially people who are backing onto the property as well?
Well, I'll provide an answer, and then I would invite Mr. Sorfleet to correct me. The most impacted are those immediately across the street, because the angle that's created, when you are further away, in fact, that is such a low angle that it actually probably doesn't even become part of your concern, because it's not blocking your view, right? Because there's other things in your way before you get there. So your most immediate concern are those whose view is being impacted. With this particular district, if this was the street, and here's the maximum height at the setback, and you're looking across, it creates an angle. And so what I'm suggesting is that you could have a variance to height as long as it doesn't go above that angle, so that those whose view is being impacted will not be impacted any more than what the maximum height already allows. So you could build a building that is there and it's square, but you are losing the potential of this space that isn't impacting their particular view, but could be creating a creative solution that allows that space to be developed and not somewhere else.
Okay.
And Mr. Sorfleet, how far off was I, Mr. Sorfleet?
No, I'm just saying that, is
Oh,
view
there we
shed
go.
only impacted by a streetscape? I guess
There you go.
that would be my question.
In Bow Valley Trail, this is an example of a minimum site angle or view shed angle. And at that point, we specified a specific height, so 1.8. That's assuming a 6-foot tall person at a particular point. The motion or the amendment as presented is something that you can measure from one side of the street, draw a line, that gives you the angle. And in this particular situation, the theta changes for each property. The angle changes because of the geometry of the street, and as you round the corner, the distances all change. So the amendment allows for a change. Where this says a specific angle, that allows for the angle to change.
So you can interpret it differently from...
Yeah, we can do the math.
And you can do it?
Yeah.
It's doable for the planning department?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you. Mr. Swarthley, can you just take this back one more time, and pardon my learning disabilities perhaps. This, we're increasing the height, we're allowing an extra 10% over above the other variance, potentially to protect the view, but we're going to ultimately squish in the house so that making it, we're somewhere place where I heard we're building density into that so we can save trees. I'm a little lost here.
I'd let Councillor Crowser speak to the specific amendment, but the view sheds in general, the concept is the closer you are to something, the taller it looks.
Yes.
The further away in perspective. So what this does is allows the exact same perspective And if you look at this screen, the further back you go, the taller the building can be, and the exact same perspective is maintained. That's the principle, but the specifics are part of Councillor Crowser's amendment.
Carry on.
Councillor Crowser, did you want to speak to the question?
Yeah, really, and remember that I'm going to be bringing an amendment with regards to maximum stories allowed if it stays within the view, this variance, if granted. This is all at the discretion of the development authority. This isn't something that's automatic to the developer. It would still have to be come to the development authority. But here's the theory of how it works. If you have a 2-story building that houses a unit, okay, or 2 units maybe, and because of the view shed, you're able to increase the height at the back of the property. So maybe not at the front, but you add an extra story, maybe there's another unit there. That unit can be built there, does not impact the view, and does not need to be built elsewhere, because remember, there's still a limit within this bylaw as to the number of units. So if that is taken across a whole strip, you might be able to put some units in one area, and they don't need to be in another area, and therefore not all of the land needs to be used up. Not all of the trees need to be cut down.
Thank you.
I'll support your amendment, Councillor Crowser. I think it does bring in some additional flexibility to the design of the buildings that may be on the land, which could result in less of a footprint and additional lands not being developed if the designer is able to use this additional flexibility in a creative way. So I will support your amending motion. So other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, call the question then to Councillor Crowser's amending motion. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. You have another amendment, Councillor?
Your Worship, and hopefully this will be quicker based on what we've already talked about. So this is adding a clause within that same section. So what I'm proposing is adding a 3.36.9.3 that says the development authority may grant variances to allow buildings to have greater than the stated maximum stories where variance has been granted pursuant to 3.36.9.1. So if the development authority exercises its discretion to allow a height variance as per what we just passed, then it may consider allowing an additional, story beyond the maximum story as stated. Once again, it has to be within that variance of the height allowed. And this is the part that I was talking about, that if you are within that shed, you can actually allow for an additional story. It does not impact the sight lines of the neighbors, and it allows that unit to be built there as an additional story rather than someplace else, because we still have to stay within the number of units that are allowed within the DC. And once again, Mr. Fish had no concerns with this.
So in speaking to your proposed amendment, it would come down to the development authority, which in this case is council, to agree that the variance you're suggesting is of overall benefit to the impact of the total build-out on the land.
Correct. Correct. And as was mentioned, this is something a council could just go and do, but now, once again, I think it makes for a better process if it's something that's anticipated as a possibility, but it's only a possibility because it is still subject to development authority approval.
Councillor Russell?
So if I understand this correctly, what you're looking for is we'll squish it up, we'll put it on, and geez, we still got a little angle, so let's make it a 4-story instead of a 3-story?
Councillor Cressy?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, depending on the location, because each area has a different maximum number of stories, but that's exactly right. On the backside of the development, like away from the street side, if it's within that view shed, it's up to the development authority would have the discretion to allow an additional story. Yeah.
I worry about that, like, we don't know what we're building yet, so I mean, aren't we butters? Unless I've missed a presentation somewhere, if we're talking backside, front sides, I feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves here.
So just going, if I may, Your Worship, just going back to the discussion we had on the previous amendment, it allows for creativity. I don't know what it could look like either, but I have had a little bit experience with development, and I do recognize that how you structure these heights will define the building that you have. They were very strictly set, and with the last amendment, we are allowing some additional height in order to, as long as it stays within that shed, if the development authority deems it appropriate. What I'm suggesting is that we also then need to allow for the maximum story to be surpassed if that variance is granted, because that's the only way it makes sense in order to potentially take development from one part of the land and condense it so that you're not having to use potentially all of the land.
I understand what you've explained. I guess I'm looking from going over and doing some fresh ground truthing. There's some pretty tall houses facing on the part of Point B there. If we're going to still preserve that viewscape for those people with what you're proposing, we've got some fairly tall buildings.
Yeah.
This is...
What I would be expecting could be done with this is two things. First of all, at that section B that you were talking about, there's actually 2 streetscapes. I would actually be very surprised if right at that point this would even apply, because you can't get that variance within that degree because there are two immediately across the streets at that boot, right? That's where you're talking about, end of the tip of the boot. So A, I don't think that this will come into view there. But B, and I've heard you talk about, couldn't you keep the trees at the corner and the tip of the boot? This is what can allow that sort of thing, because maybe you don't have any development right there because you've allowed it somewhere further along where you only have the one street and it's within the view shed.
Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I just want to confirm through the chair to Councillor Krausert that this is still based on a variance. So this is actually something that isn't automatically granted. It is something that has to be agreed to by the development authority. Thank you.
That's absolutely correct. It says may, and it's subject to the development authority's discretion.
Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Sanford?
Thank you, Your Worship. In light of that suggestion, how would the 3.36.6.3 be in compliance with that? If it says, as you mentioned earlier, no habitable floor space shall be permitted above the 2nd story. So are you proposing to amend that as well?
Yeah, I'm proposing to amend that.
Okay, so that, because they would have to be in alignment, because that
Yeah.
would not be in alignment with this
Yeah.
at this point in time.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amending motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously.
Your Worship, as just mentioned and mentioned previously, I have one last amendment I'd like to propose, and it is with regards to the clause that Councillor Sanford just referenced, 3.36.6.3. This is just removing that one line of, within this clause, of no habitable floor space shall be permitted above the second story. As noted when I was asking the question, Mr. Sorfleet, this is not included in the other areas. It can introduce an interpretation problem in that if it says it's not allowed in one, maybe it's allowed in the others. It could be a reasonable interpretation. So I don't think it actually serves any purpose. And as Councillor Sanford pointed out, it would be problematic given that it doesn't fly with the amendment that we just made. So I would ask that we just delete it, and therefore it's consistent within all the areas. And once again, Mr. Fish found this reasonable and had no concerns.
Councillor Comfort?
So a question to Mr. Sorfleet, through the chair. What was the intent originally of that clause?
So the intent had been to limit an interpretation of a half story. So it was, here's your height, you get 2 stories. If your stories are 9 feet tall, then you're going to be under height. That's great. If they're 10 feet tall, well, you'll be at height. But it was to limit additional either half stories or mezzanines. But in light of the amendments that council has considered, that would allow for either a mezzanine is 60% of the floor below it, or loft is 60% of the floor below it. These are not stories per se, but they're building mass that's up there. So in light of the potential for view shed amendments, the 2 policies would conflict.
Right, so by deleting this as well and gaining that extra half story, 60%, would that then possibly shrink the footprint, depending on the overall design of the...
Theoretically possible. The footprint could stay the same. I'm just going to put up a quick dirty diagram. This is an example of view shed. So from across the street, we've got FS's front setback, RS's rear setback, and PL is property line. So the bold line with the 1 and 2, that's what you could build at the maximum height. With the view shed potential for variance, the dotted line is what you could build. It's taller, but it's further back. It stays beneath that line, and that would be development above the second story, which would make this section a bit redundant.
Okay, thank you.
And again, the application of this potential would be entirely up to council if the resulting design meets the intent of the district and all of the other parameters that we've been describing. Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Sorfleet, I'm looking at that diagram, and I get the concept you're putting out. But now, if we take that and apply that to Area C, right around the front corner,
Yep.
How do we compensate for that loss? What's the viewscape impact for the people that aren't standing directly in front of on the property line, looking up at that would seem to create its own new set of complications.
It may, but the important part there is that it's a variance consideration. So it's not as of right. As of right would be the bold line, but anything else would be, you got to demonstrate to the development authority's satisfaction that this is a good idea.
But if we're putting it in here as you can do this, there seems to be an awful lot of creative license of people coming back saying, well, geez, I'm going to push another foot, I'm going to push another 2 feet.
And they may.
I guess maybe we're encouraging creativity, but
I think the explicit piece is that it's still a variance, so it's not a right. But that'll be up to the development authority to deal with.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question about what difference would it make if you put a loft in a vaulted ceiling, because you've already got the mass of the building, and if you had an attic in there, what difference would it make if you actually vaulted a ceiling and put a loft in?
To an exterior observer? Nothing.
Yeah, so to have this in there, if the ceiling is going to be vaulted and the roof line's not going to be changed to accommodate it, it wouldn't really make any appreciable difference from the exterior, unless you put windows in or something.
It would
Would
add
that be a
floor area,
consideration?
though.
Sorry?
It would add interior floor area.
Right.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't necessarily add any visual exterior if the ceilings were adjusted that way on the
Yeah,
interior.
if the shell of the building remains the same and you change the internals, there's
Right.
no impact on an exterior observer.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I would, just a comment about that, I would point out that a vaulted ceiling, this is affordable housing we're building. So a vaulted ceiling is a waste of floor space, and that's not an amenity that you would find within an affordable housing home.
So there more discussion on Councillor Crossert's amending motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Back then to the main motion as amended. Council gives second reading to bylaw 2016-32. Is there further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in Councillor Kraus or Russell?
Krauser's the other good-looking guy without the stash. Just for the record. When we started down this journey for this project, I was one of 7 who voted clearly in favor of developing something, and through the course of all the discussions we've had, as Councillor Krausert was quick to reiterate, I'm channeling my inner Andre Garreau here in that I don't want to see the trees go. And what I have a problem with, and I know that we're consistently told this will all be solved at development, this will all be solved at that end, all we lined out for that whole property is pretty much all the trees. There's a bit of the other stuff on there, but with the numbers that we're talking here, we're gonna, I just have this horrific vision of let's knock it all down and sell it for lumber. So now we wind up and we're gonna pack and stack these 3 stories. We're gonna leave the potential out there to make this bigger, weirder, but we'll have a few trees in between. It just could have been a whole lot simpler without laying out that line. We've laid that developable area, and I get that it will be up to the proponents who come in to tell us what they want to build. I'm just really leery about approving the only piece of developable piece as all the trees. I think that's wrong. And for that reason, I don't intend to vote in favor of this, which regretfully is in full contradiction of my previous position. I think we could have done this. I'd like to have seen something different done.
So speaking to your concern, Councillor, I would remind you that Council has full discretion. And when a proposal comes forward, Council's the development authority, and if it doesn't meet your expectations, that's a good opportunity to defeat to voice that concern. This is simply the land use. It doesn't mean that everything that could possibly be built will be built. It's allowing some room for creative design to meet the intent of the number of units and hopefully occupy as little space as possible. I'm waiting to see what the proposals are, but there's every opportunity. There's some potential that Area C would not be developed. I hope you can reconsider your intent. In my opinion, this bylaw sets regulations and requirements, well, essentially to shape the development in the district that meet the intent of the parcel as we've discussed for the last almost 5 years now. And in fact, the bylaw recognizes and contains direction as best possible that responds to many of the comments we've heard over the last 4 or 5 years from the public, other than simply no development, clearly. But I think this bylaw allows for some creative design work to meet the needs of the community in terms of the units and potentially reduce the amount of land that is taken up by the development. So I will support the bylaw at second reading for those reasons. Further discussion on the motion, which then is to give second reading to the bylaw as amended. Councillor Russell?
I appreciate your advice. I appreciate your point you're making, and I think I'm probably just beating a dead horse, but I would remind you that in Mr. Fark's presentation, we were told it's reasonable to anticipate that a large percentage of those trees will need to be removed to accommodate development, and that the only place that was going to be sacred with the trees is the little buffer strip up at the top end. So appreciate the creativity, agree with you, understand, I can't, and thank you.
Is further discussion on the motion? Councillor Krausert?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted, in support of passing second reading, I just wanted to give my interpretation of what I heard Mr. Fark say, is that within that area, certainly any of those trees could be subject of removal, but depending on what is approved. And I guess it depends, you know, I think he said it's a significant percentage would likely be removed. So what is significant? I mean, 40%, 50% of what was in there. So I didn't hear the statement being made that they would all be removed or very likely to be removed. I heard that it's up to the development authority as to what's approved, and that any of those trees within that area could potentially be removed.
As well, Councillor Russell, I'd like to remind you, of course, that the initial goal, the goal that we've been trying to reach for the last 4.5 years is to provide much needed affordable housing for this community. It's a need that's been identified going back 20, 25 years in various studies, and so there's no doubt in my mind that there is an urgent need for housing of this type. None of us want to see trees taken down, but we all did take trees down in order to build our houses. So with the design of this land use bylaw, I think it allows for creativity to meet the needs of the community and hopefully leave as much green space and vegetation there as possible. Is there further discussion on the motion to give second reading to the bylaw? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried with Councillor Russell in opposition. Now move the council give third reading to bylaw 2016-32, the old daycare lands DC district. Is there discussion on that motion? Councillor Russell?
Well, thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of comments. I would encourage Councillor Krauser to perhaps at some point in the future go back and play the videotape back with referring that I'm interpreting what I heard presented. Number two, to your comments, I get the need for housing. Like, you know, there's no question about need for housing, but you know what? Let's do it right. You know, we've had a little mini civil war going on here for a long time. let's get this done with the minimal damage. I think it's sad that we're gonna potentially go in this way.
Is there further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried with Councillor Russell in opposition. Do we have time? We could start on item F2. That's bylaws to facilitate the development of a comprehensively designed multifamily residential rental development at 1451 Palliser Trail. Mr. Sorfleet.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. This is a presentation of 3 bylaws, third reading of which was postponed on January 10th to tonight. Accordingly, my presentation will be brief, but if you have any questions, I can go through my entire staff report in detail. Just to remind you, the site we're dealing with is here, affectionately referred to as the Palliser Mustache Lands, but 1451 Palliser Trail. There are 3 bylaws being considered, 2016-26, 25, and 23. In descending order, 26 is an amendment to the municipal development plan to change some of the maps that indicate this area as commercial in order to allow for consistency with proposed land use. Similarly, bylaw 2016-25 is an amendment to the Palliser ASP, again to make the Palliser ASP consistent with the proposed land use. And bylaw 2016-23 is 25 is the Palliser ASP, 23 is the land use amendment, and the proposed land use amendment changes the area from urban reserve to the Palliser DC district, which would allow for up to 4-story residential development on the site. That district was crafted based on the current Palliser Attainable Housing District, just north of this. Recommendation from administration is that council provide third reading to all 3 of these bylaws. That's my incredibly brief presentation. If you do have any other questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Sorfleet. Councillor Krausert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Sorfleet, concerns have been raised about safety with regards to trespassers across the highway. And there's mention in the report that engineering's looking at this. Is that the sort of thing that could be subject of an off-site levy?
I do not believe so. Okay. Off-site levies are for streets, services, and whatnot. Even pedestrian improvements are, when they're in part of a street, they're legitimate. When they're not, they're not. Mitigation for pedestrian movement is the opposite of a pedestrian facility. It's a barrier to a pedestrian facility. So it would be more likely something for a local improvement rather than an off-site levy.
Okay. And is it something that we can require within a district that there be some mitigation for
yes.
the unlawful crossing?
Yes. That could be required within the district for that development. It's difficult to require it off-site if you're trying to continue the line, say, along this area further south. Right. But you could require it on the development parcel.
Thank you. My next question is with regards, if we're looking at the site and
Sorry, can I just interrupt because it's on the same subject?
Yep.
So we've had discussions over the years around possibility of a pedestrian crossing in that area. I understand that it's anticipated to be quite expensive. And that engineering has some thoughts as to where it would best be located. Can you just highlight that?
So initial plans for pedestrian overpass, and this was actually on the books before the Cougar Creek underpass was built. is up here, and that would service the Silvertip employee housing lands and the currently creek-affected CCHC development lands. The location up here takes a substantial trip time off of the trip to downtown, whereas putting an overpass in close proximity to the current Benchlands overpass doesn't really result in a net shortening of the trip. So you'd be looking at an overpass probably upslope of the New Life Center.
And I would just reinforce there that the point of that being that the location of any eventual overpass still won't service this particular parcel in regards to how people would, or the desire lines for people to get across the highway, unless they are planning to access the north end of Canmore, as opposed to coming around to the core amenity area.
My recollection with the pedestrian crossing that we did build 8 or so years ago in the Cougar Creek area, it was an underpass, and it was topped out at somewhere around 5 million, if I remember.
4.5, I believe.
4.5.
And we would anticipate a similar scale cost to do an overpass. Another consideration is, if you look at the map here, trying to do anything closer to this parcel, we have the highway right-of-way and the interchange that needs to be addressed. So trying to build something in this area is not feasible because the span that you would have to cross would be substantial. So again, we are looking to get out of that broader spanned area and into someplace with a shorter span where some of the natural grades can be used to reduce some of the height that would need to be achieved.
And of course, we don't have this pedestrian crossing in the capital budget as of yet, although we have talked about it for 10 or 15 years. I would assume that to put the crossing into an approved capital budget, one of the main considerations would be the number of people living on the north side of the highway and hitting a critical mass of
Yeah. And as you noted with the Cougar Creek underpass, I mean, that area was fully built out before the underpass was actually put in place. Now, we would not necessarily like to have a similar scenario here, so most likely when planning for the Silvertip and CCHC lands proceeds, and when we have a higher degree of confidence that that build-out will occur, and in which timeline, at that point, we would look to include the overpass, the pedestrian overpass, within the capital budget at that time.
And just the last question or thought on the matter, regardless of what use the subject land is put to, there'll be more people there, and ultimately that would add to the need for a pedestrian crossing, whether it's residential or hotel or...
Again, for that specific site, the overpass is unlikely to have any material impact because it would be situated too far away. What we will look to do for this existing site, regardless of the use, is to address ped and cyclist connectivity, traffic connectivity, potential transit route, in order to provide as many positive options for people to use the existing infrastructure, as well as probably some barriers, deterrent, to prevent people from crossing the highway. However, it is noted that in the two existing developments there is already a well-beaten path and clear design line across the highway that people are making use of, even though I believe those people are aware that crossing the highway is actually not permitted. I'm sure they're aware.
Similarly...
Are they aware, Patrick?
It's allowed outside of a city. Similarly, in the Cougar Creek situation, where we do have an underpass, we still have short cuttings where the fences have been cut because it happens to be 20 meters the wrong direction to go down the underpass.
Thank you. Councillor, was there more on that question? Councillor Krauser, you had another line of questioning?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Seeley has a question along the same line of...
Yeah, I'm very concerned about what we just talked about. The overpass isn't going to fix it. So with this development, I appreciate what you said, Mr. Fark, the other overpass is maybe closer and everything else. People can be encouraged. I really hope that as part of this development, if it's approved, we can put mitigation in to make sure that the highway is not crossed. Something included that would address that.
So once again, this is a direct control district, so council will be the development authority, and you can require mitigation or deterrence as you consider to be reasonable. However, the expectation that you can provide something that will absolutely prevent people from crossing the highway is not a reasonable expectation. As Mr. Sorfleet pointed out, on the Cougar Creek side of things, not far from the existing underpass, we have people cutting through the fence to save themselves 20, 50 meters. So we can, on the specific development, you can only require any mitigation or deterrent on the parcel itself. And so if you look at the map, a person could quite easily go to the adjacent parcel or the parcel to the north and circumvent that type of deterrent. So we can do some reasonable steps, but if the expectation is no possibility for a person to cross the highway, that is not something that can be achieved.
One additional point, in consultation with the engineering department, the expectation is that should development take place on this parcel, additional amenity would be required in Palliser Trail to try and bring people up the hill basically it's trying to create the case that you want, make that the desirable trip, and while, again, you won't mitigate 100%, at least if it's a bad experience, people aren't going to do it. If it's a good experience, they're more likely to take it up. Similarly, if there's transit running through there, they're more likely to take it up.
Thank you.
Just on that line of thought, though, and I've heard similar questions in the community about possibility of literally building some fencing down the middle of the Trans-Canada or whatever to make it difficult for pedestrians to cross. We have to bear in mind that there are elk and other wildlife that are there, and if there's any barrier that's designed to stop a human, it's likely going to stop wildlife. So arguably, you could have elk coming down from the wildlife corridor above and wanting to cross the highway and getting trapped by a fence somewhere and basically being in a much worse situation than if it was just permitted to cross the highway.
So it might be complicated.
I'm sure it would be complicated.
That's a fair point.
Yes, nice way of putting it.
Councillor Crowsert, did anybody else have questions along the same? Councillor Russell?
Just a comment with that. I appreciate, I've got the new life center pinpointed on that photo, and anything, to use your term, upslope, I'm presuming is taken up the little distance to the top of the hill. If we're building in there, that's landing people from living over there right in the middle of Tim Hortons, Craig's Way Station, like that. We may, while it may be a hell of an extra price to pay for the third span down at the bottom, we may want to go that route rather than, to me, building a bridge to cross at that point is dooming it to be a lonely bridge. And I stress it's a personal observation. It's not based on a fact. I would just caution that before we get all hung up with that one, keep that in mind.
The base intent is to land at the back end of TP Town, but specific alignment would have to be sorted out when the capital project is.
Councillor Sanford, did you want a question on this same topic?
I think my question's been answered.
Okay. Councillor Crowsert then?
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to ask a question about risk assessment. When we have a significant size development in the yellow area, there will obviously be some grading that's done, likely to raise it up. That's reasonable and usual practice. And then that would change the risk assessment for that area, but it also then changes potentially, I would think, how water could flow, because if you have a large area that is not flowing into it, could go. Will a risk assessment address that?
A risk assessment won't address it, but a risk assessment will identify what the risk is of this particular proposal and propose mitigations.
Okay.
The mitigations may address it.
Okay, so
So
what is it that shows the cumulative impact?
So there are a couple of things. The first start is the hazard assessment.
Yep.
So the hazard identifies what the hazards are, where the water flows, what depth, what type, is it clear water, is it debris, et cetera. So that's the first thing that we're going to be looking at. You can see there, so this map is the hazard map. It's not a risk map.
Okay.
So this is the hazard map. It shows where the hazards currently exist. Just on this note, in the 2017-2018 capital budget, we have Phase 1 flood mitigation that it will take place on Stoneworks Creek.
Okay.
And that mitigation is expected to address much of the clear water flows that come down into that area. So we'll have a diversion that will push the water back to the north as was originally designed in 2013, only hopefully to a better standard and with better effect. So once that mitigation is in place, we will do a new mapping which will update the hazard.
Okay.
And so that will determine how much of that clear flow remains and what that looks like. The risk assessment looks at the hazard and determines based on that what is the risk to economic risk and what is the risk to loss of life. In this particular location, because it's a yellow area, it's been determined that there is no risk to loss of life. It is a economic risk or a nuisance risk only.
Right.
So the risk assessment will determine what is that residual risk and what are the mitigations required to address it. So that can be stuff like site grading, drainage, inundation areas, those types of things. So we'll get all of that information from the risk assessment.
And so just to pick up on that, then when that is assessed by administration, presumably there will be some thought as to what the impact of a mitigation on one site might have on adjacent properties.
Absolutely.
Okay,
It's-
that's what I'm wanting to get is what you do on one site, will it take a look at?
Yes, absolutely. It's a requirement of the MDP that adjacent sites cannot be negatively impacted by mitigation required for the development of a site. And there will be a risk assessment required on this site at development.
Okay, and that's in the MDP, it's not stated in the.
It's not
land use
stated
plan.
in the district because it's already a requirement in the MDP, so it wasn't required to state it twice.
In fairness, the MDP says risk assessment may be required. It's been administration's intent to
Yes.
require one.
So if one was wanting to bring forth an amendment that says it must be done, I don't think administration would have an objection to that.
No
Great,
objection.
thank you.
So along the same line of thinking, it may be that this is exactly where Councillor Krauser was going, but there is no reference in the land use bylaw amendment or the section land use that we're being asked to approve. There's no reference to the Steep Creek hazard policy. Is that necessary to have in the land use a reference to the Steep Creek hazard policy to?
No, it is not necessary. And I'm going to bring up a section, part of section 1. Essentially, with a development permit, there are general requirements for a development permit laid out in 1.82, and then in,
Can't read that.
yeah, in 1.84, special additional requirements, it says a lot, but it says essentially we can ask for anything. So at any point, the development authority can say, I need this to evaluate this application.
This is in the land use bylaw.
This is part 1 administration
Yes.
of the land use bylaw. So that is also, the MDP policy automatically applies to all areas in town that are within hazard areas, and this is how we can require it.
And so essentially, we did not include it in the district as it's a general policy not to include issues that are redundant. If they're already covered at a higher level policy or elsewhere, then we would generally not, otherwise we'd be crafting sort of exhaustive districts. So it is already addressed. It is addressed in the other legislation. It is certain, there's no reason not to, other than the fact that it is already addressed elsewhere.
Is there other questions from members of council along this line of thought? Councillor Krauser, did you have anything else? Is there any other, I have a question. Where did it go? Just around the notion that is referenced in the report around legal means for ensuring only Canmore residents occupy the units. Can you just flesh that out a little bit?
Certainly. So the land use bylaw can't regulate who occupies a unit. So this district can't say only Patrick can occupy the unit. We can regulate how a unit is used, not who owns it. There are surrogate methods for doing that through design. So if you design a building that looks like a dorm, it's hard to sell off units in that. If you design a building that's purpose-built rental, it's harder to condominiumize it. It's not impossible. As council, as the town of Canmore owns this parcel, in disposition of this parcel, not through land use, but in disposition, as the owner, you can add restrictive covenants that do things that you can't do as council. So you can do it as the corporation of the town of Canmore. Much like any entity selling a property, you might find a restrictive covenant that says, if I've sold my property to my neighboring property to Mr. Fark, I've restricted Mr. Fark from putting a second story on his building because I want my view to be there. I can do that through a restrictive covenant. So there are legal means that exist because the town of Canmore owns this parcel that can't be used through a land use bylaw.
Okay. Off the top of your head, there's a reference in the report to the noting that the land was acquired by the town in a land swap for the land used for the seniors lodge, and that was about 3 years ago. Do you recall the agreed value of the land? It was appraised at that time by the province and through the province.
So at that time, the independent appraisal that was done valued the land at 2.3 million. And that was according to the existing land use, so urban reserve, and the existing ASP, which was essentially gateway commercial.
Mm-hmm. My recollection at the time, it's before your time, but
It was.
the appraised value of the land behind the seniors lodge was $200,000 or $300,000 less than the appraised value of the mustache land. So, and the province agreed to do a straight exchange.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you, Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to go back to that statement, which is related but not, with regards to if you owned a parcel and you sold the parcel next to you and through disposition in this could somebody actually do that? Could they say, yeah, I'm going to sell this side of a duplex and it needs to be a permanent resident of Canmore that must live in it? Is there?
Theoretically.
Yeah, and then there would, I'm going to guess, a first right of refusal clause in there in case you couldn't find a permanent resident of Canmore to.
All of that affects the value of the asset. So the more restrictions you add, the less someone will pay for it. Case in point, many locations across the country say you need to be 55 plus to be here. We can't do that. That's discrimination based on age. But we can define a use
Borrowman that lives, they can.
we can define a use as seniors housing because that's something that the province enables us to do, because that's a separate type of use, as is the case in the seniors lodge. But to say this home can only be occupied by someone who's 55 plus, that would be ultra virus too, so outside of municipal authority.
Cool, thank you.
Councillor Sand, sorry?
I was going to say, although interestingly, age is not a protected ground in human rights law in Alberta, so.
I have to put up with all these ageist comments, you mean?
Pretty much, although that's true, that the
It did
current
just
government
change.
is actually suggesting to make that change.
I thought I saw that went to first reading or something. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sanford, question?
Thank you, Your Worship. There was a concern about the potential loss of tax revenue, and in terms of going from commercial to residential.
Okay.
So do we anticipate that going from a 2-story structure to a 4-story structure might mitigate that to some degree?
As you know, the absolute value of taxation is a combination of assessed value and mill rate. Commercial mill rate is different than residential mill rate, but that, of course, is set by council. That can fluctuate year to year. In absolute terms, we don't have a definite answer, but if you can put twice as much development on a site, and it's typically residential, at least in relation to hotels, has got a higher assessed value, your absolute tax dollars coming out of it may be similar. It's a whole bunch of unknowns, but again, if you can build half the size and it's a commercial building, well, you might be taxing it twice as much, but it might be worth half as much. So the net result is the same dollar value. You follow?
Yes, and I think that was explained in the report, but I just wanted to hear you say that out loud. Now, is a four-story building going to be higher or lower than elevation place currently? It depends on the roof line?
So the current Palliser Attainable Housing District is 4 stories. So that would be
The Palliser, that development that's
yeah.
there, yeah.
So that is a
okay.
4-story building. That's the closest surrogate. EP, I think, I don't remember the specific height of elevation place.
Okay, so the Palliser development that's currently there is a four-story
The Blackiston is a
Blackiston
4-story building.
in that region.
Correct.
So it's already 4 stories, so that's what the visual impact of that would be, more or
Yes.
less?
Yeah.
'Cause if we had to visualize what a 4-story building looks like, that's, the
Correct.
Blackiston's a 4-story building.
Correct, as is across the highway from this parcel, the Grand Rockies Resort.
Okay, good, thank you.
Councillor Seeley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Sorfleet, sorry to come back to this, but the value of the property and working with the proponent, you said that we can't put a covenant in place, but it seems like they're getting it for sale, for good reason and everything else. Okay, Mr. Fark?
So the bylaw you're currently discussing is land use. This is a separate discussion than the
Okay.
RFP and considerations of value for the property. So we will have that discussion. My recommendation is that let's address the issues of land use here and then address the issues of a potential valuation, because that's a complex discussion.
Sure, okay. So just to make it more simple then, if we do get into a protective covenant, isn't there something we can do to make sure that we hit the mark? I mean, this is about Bow Valley residents renting property, and I wouldn't want to have other people come in and fill that void, and then we miss it.
That is something that can't be done through land use, so it's not part of this discussion. It would be part of the disposition of land.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get into that when we get to the next item, the RFP.
Okay.
My turn.
There are other questions at this time from council? Seeing none, thank you both very much.
Thank you.
That, then I will move that, beg your pardon? There's only 3 motions and then, oh, and you've got amendments. You think they'll take a while? Okay. Well, is anybody desperate to take a break right now?
Councillor Comfort's boyfriend's out there.
Okay, we'll call a 10-minute break then. 10 minutes, back at 7:20. All right, we're back. So we'll bring the meeting back to order. We were about to put some motions back on the table. Okay, so I will now move the council place motion 6, 2017 back on the floor and provide third reading to bylaw 2016-26, which is the MDP amendment. Is there discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. This is to give third reading to the bylaw. Okay, now we'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. I'll move the council, or I don't need to move. I'll place motion 9, 2017 back on the floor and provide, move the council give third reading to bylaw 2016-25, which is the ASP amendment. Is there discussion on that motion? Again, this is for third reading of bylaw 2016-25. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And I'll now place motion 12, 2017 back on the floor and move that council give third reading to bylaw 2016-23, which is the land use bylaw amendment. Councillor Krausert.
Your Worship, I have a couple amendments I'd like to propose. The first one is a new section to add. I would like to add section 3.34. This is to Schedule A of the bylaw. 3.34.8.6. So it's adding an additional requirement. And whereas we heard Mr. Sorafleet indicate that under the MDP, a risk assessment may be required, I would like to ensure that a risk assessment is required as part of any development proposal for new residential development in this district. In contemplating this motion, I did seek the advice of Mr. Sorafleet as to wording, and so was influenced by his suggestions in that regard. And so I just think that this aligns with the intention of administration to request or to have a risk assessment done at later in the process. This just makes sure that it's encapsulated in the bylaw.
And so the amendment doesn't specify when the risk assessment would be required, or is that a given?
It's as part of the development proposal for a new residential development.
Okay, so prior to approving the DP, the risk assessment, that would be part of the consideration.
The council would be looking for that because council's the development authority for the new development.
Councillor Comfort, are you speaking to that motion?
Yeah, a question for Councillor Krausert through the chair. What would you be wanting to determine from a risk assessment?
As was asked of and answered by Mr. Fark, the risk assessment then takes a look at the risk to that property based on what's proposed and suggests any mitigations. And of course, in considering that, it also looks at the impact on neighboring properties as a result of that mitigation. That's what I'm looking for. I just want to make sure that there's not a transference of a problem.
Okay, so you're thinking in respect to flood
That's what the,
Concern-
that's what the hazard is for the
Okay.
flood.
Entirely
Yeah,
All right.
related.
yeah.
Mr. Sorfleet, did you have,
Just from an operational perspective, if you added the words pursuant to section 3.5.16 of the MDP, it then specifically references Steep Creek risk assessment rather than risk from the highway or risk from.
I see.
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay. All right. And just full disclosure, Mr. Sorfleet had recommended that when he sent the wording, and then I left that out thinking, well, what if the section changes or the MDP changes? We'd have to go change it. So,
If I may, through the
Yeah.
chair, when this bylaw is passed, it references the bylaw in place right now.
yeah.
You are right if the section changes, but we can chronologically go back.
Okay.
Or you could just say
I
pursuant to the.
will take as a friendly amendment the amendment that Mr. Sorfleet has suggested.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Your Worship. Since we have a risk map, a flood risk map that's, sorry, it's on my screen, so it's sideways. We do have a flood risk map that shows the level of risk. And as I think Mr. Fark said that there wasn't a risk of loss of life. It's a yellow risk zone. Doesn't each of those color-coded zones require a risk assessment that's in keeping with that level of risk already? I mean, you don't ignore the risk level.
With respect, through the chair, may I respond to the question? So the red, yellow, and orange zones represent the different hazard level. And so for example, a yellow zone says that development shall be allowed in a yellow zone because it is determined to have a low hazard. But it may require, as per the MDP, a risk assessment be done to determine what the residual risk remaining is. So depending on the scope of the development, like for example, if I owned a single-family home in a yellow zone and I wanted to add a deck, we would not require the applicant to do a risk assessment to get a permit to build a deck or to build a garden shed, for example. So there is some discretion, which is why the requirement is in yellow zones is may require. The scope of the development provides the indicator for when it shall be required.
So essentially, we're just removing the discretion by this, if we passed an amendment?
That's it. Oh, you're putting into the bylaw what administration has already indicated to the proponents that we will require, which is a risk assessment due to the scale of the development. Yes.
Because we're not adding something to something, we're creating something from the ground up.
That's correct,
and
yes.
It's not
Yeah.
something that
Yeah.
can be,
Yes. Yeah. So all you're doing by this amendment is taking away the theoretical discretion to not require one, but that discretion was theoretical because the intent was to have one.
right, okay, good, thank you.
Further discussion on Councillor Crouser's amending motion, which is on the overhead? Seeing none? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Back to the main motion then as amended. Councillor Crouser.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have one other amendment that I'd like to propose, and it's adding a section, so you can turn to it, 3.34.6.7. So this is adding an additional clause under the design requirements. There's been definitely a lot of feedback and concern with regards to safety, and I thought there was a really good discussion with regards to question and answer during the presentation a few minutes ago. However, I do think that it's responsible development that we require mitigation. What that says is development within the district must include mitigation of unlawful pedestrian and cyclist crossing of Trans-Canada Highway to the satisfaction of the Development Authority. So this requires the mind of the developer to be turned to safety and mitigation of unlawful crossings, whatever that may be. Maybe it's a fence, maybe it's education, maybe it's something else. My first thought was actually in terms of could there be an off-site levy applied to this that then could be applied towards the ultimate crossing, or whatever was being prepared or proposed by engineering. But the answer to that from Mr. Sorfleet was it's actually not something that we can request an off-site levy at this time. So this is my default, that it must be part of the application as a mitigation of that to the satisfaction of the Development Authority.
So in trying to visualize that, I would think that the most obvious opportunity would be to literally fence around the property. That's about all that the developer would be able to do, other than education, as you say. But we know that fences are climbed regularly. And then if there is a fence for forcing, I understand that, I appreciate that this is to the satisfaction of the Development Authority, but if we're essentially indicating that a fence would be required to keep the residents on the parcel and not running across the highway,
Well,
then we would have to have the visual impact of the fence, which...
well, I disagree that that's the only options. I think fence may be part of it, or maybe not. Education, I think, should definitely be part of it. There was a suggestion of creation of an additional amenity that makes another path more attractive. And I think that could be part of the solution as well, covering some of the cost, or at least a portion of whatever that amenity might be, to increase the necessity for or increase the likelihood of traffic to take the more attractive route. You're never going to stop it entirely. And I also agree that fences are not are not perfect. I lived quite a time in the northern western part of Cougar Creek, and that doesn't get serviced by the underpass, and you have many paths across the road to choose from. And if you put up a fence, a barbed wire fence, the next day it's cut through. So I recognize that, but I do think that it's responsible for us, having heard the concern, to include it in our bylaw, that it's addressed in some form.
Speaking to the amendment, then Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I get the intent of this, but the first thing I would ask is the satisfaction of the Development Authority. What is that? And at that point, are we assuming liability should somebody decide they're going to bust the fence down and get picked off on the highway? I appreciate what you're trying. I do appreciate what you're trying to do, and the scary part further to that is someone potentially wanting to build. If we can't quantify this somehow, we could, if we start saying, hey, the only mitigation we're satisfied with is we want an overpass, well, we may get a builder walking away, right? I mean, that's the extreme. But we've got, it's, I don't know how to bring it down into something tighter, but this just seems too open-ended.
Councillor McCallum.
Question to Councillor Krauser through the chair. Sort of similar to Councillor Russell's question is, whatever the mitigation is, who would be responsible for maintaining it?
That would be all dependent on what is proposed. I think we have to remember the status quo is the Development Authority can require something in any event. All this is doing is making sure that the minds of the Development Authority and the applicant turn to this issue. The Development Authority can spring that on a developer in any event, and they can have the same reluctance to approve anything that doesn't satisfy the concerns that they raise, because it's a direct control district. I'm simply saying that their mind should be turned to this and something should be recommended, because we have had the concerns, and I think it's prudent to make sure that that is part of the discussion going forward.
Councillor Seeley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll support the amendment. I do think it is something we need to look at. We can't ignore it. It's there. There's lots of ways it could take. One of them could be a sound buffer or something like that if you need mitigation. Build a little bit of a wall, and it could be a bit, whatever it looks like. I think we need to do something. We need to know there's a danger, and it's our responsibility to be satisfied with whatever is recommended.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm struggling to understand how this particular development would have to control its residents in relation to all the other residents around who would be using an unlawful crossing. I would think that the amenity would have to be for the benefit of the whole neighborhood. I'm also wondering how this would affect the current RFP process that we're in, because I think we have quotes without considering this, which could be a very large component of the quote.
I'm sensing a question there through the
Yes.
chair. May I?
The question
answer?
would be, how does this affect our current RFP process if we're adding another layer of mitigation?
So the short answer is that it may become a factor in contractual negotiations or arrangements with the successful proponent, depending on what the mitigation is and what the cost associated with that is. Now, to be clear, the fact that this parcel is situated where it is not unknown to administration or the proponents. So the issue of the highway and potential pedestrian use of the highway was already known and understood. So a number of the proponents have already included some considerations, berms, trees for screening, etc. So and to your other point about the entire area, I mean, we will be looking, and you'll see in the next report discussion, we do want to retain some of the potential funds realized from the project for the purpose of ped and cyclist connectivity, to create the desire lines that create a better incentive for people to use the correct infrastructure and not use the poor infrastructure. So those factors have been taken into consideration. I guess that's a long way of saying this could have an impact. It all depends on ultimately what the development authority determines is required or is the reasonable level of mitigation, and what cost would be associated with that.
Okay, thank you.
To your amendment, Councillor, I don't think I can support the amendment. I appreciate the intent. I just don't think it's practical in direction. We've talked quite a bit about the issue, and it's certainly a concern for everybody. I just don't think this is a practical direction within the bylaw, so I won't support the amending motion. Is there other discussion on the amendment? Councillor Cressert?
So it's a concern for everyone, yet we're not going to address it. Is that what you're indicating?
My point is, I don't think this is a practical way of addressing the issue. I don't think we're going to see.
So a mitigation it could take, as we said, any number of forms, but this just forces us to address the issue in some form, whatever that may be. I'm suggesting that this actually doesn't move into the realm of impractical, that it just simply requires it to be on the radar and dealt with in some form.
Fair enough. With that, then, on the amending motion, I'll call the question. Those in support? Opposed? Motion's defeated with Councillor Seeley and Crouser in support. There are other amendments anywhere? In which case, we're back to the main motion to give third reading to motion 12, 2017, which is to give third reading of bylaw 2016-23, the land use bylaw amendment. Is there discussion on that motion? That's giving third reading to the bylaw. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council.
Thank you. So we're moving on to item G1. We're not going in camera quite yet. Just so you know. There'll be a report first and then go in camera later, so it's entirely up to you.
Go home and watch it from home.
Okay, Mr. Fark with a report.
So thank you once again, Mayor Borrowman, members of council. The issue before you to be discussed currently is the request for proposals for the Palliser lands. That is for an employee housing and or purpose-built rental development on the Mustache lands that we were just discussing land use on. The recommendations before council are as follows. First, that council approve the award for the development of employee housing and or purpose-built rental units for the parcel at 1451 Palliser Trail to Northview Real Estate Investment Trust, conditional on the successful negotiation of the required contractual arrangements. Second, that council direct administration to conclude the contractual arrangements required to enact the project, including disposition of the land, with a successful proponent within 40 days of award, and that proceeds from the sale be allocated as follows: $500,000 to the general capital reserve and the balance to the PAH reserve. So once again, we've spoken a lot this evening about council's number one strategic priority being affordability and affordable housing. And specifically, you gave direction to administration to prioritize initiatives that will increase the stock of affordable housing in the community. This initiative is certainly consistent with that. So to remind everybody, we started in June of last year, where we went out for an expression of interest that was open to all local developers and interested parties. From there, we shortlisted to 3 proponents, and in October, we issued a request for proposals to those 3 proponents. And each of the proponents was provided discretion to submit the schematic site design and operating models they deemed best met the intent of the RFP. Those shortlisted proponents were Northview Real Estate Trust, Investment Trust, Atco Structures and Logistics, and New Urban Realty Advisors. There were 3 relevant mandatory requirements from the RFP that it's important to highlight for council. The first mandatory requirement was that the proposed maintenance and operational model contractually relieves the town of all obligations in regards to the ongoing management of the development. The proposed contractual, number 2 is the proposed contractual arrangements provide binding contractual terms to ensure that all units will remain rental units in perpetuity unless otherwise agreed to by the town. And the third requirement was the schematic design of development indicating the range of units and the type of units to be provided. As with the EOI, expression of interest, a technical committee comprised of members of administration, the director, managing director of CCHC, an external procurement consultant. We together scored the proposals. A legal review of each proposal was conducted, and references for the proponents were checked as well as an independent appraisal of the value of the land was conducted. So we have done our full due diligence on both the proposals and moving forward with the land. The proposals that were provided remain confidential as per the terms of the RFP, as they contain proprietary information related to the business model of each of the proponents. As such, they were provided to council in confidence. We will have an in-camera session after this presentation to discuss any specifics that council may have. I will, however, provide a summary of the proponents and the proposals. The criteria for evaluating the proposals had 5 main criteria. The first was the schematic design. The second was the development components, so the housing unit provision and affordability. The third was the operational model. The fourth was the financial benefit and financial risk implications to the town. Next was the schedule to the town, the schedule for development, sorry. And the final was the risks to the town, and risks writ large, not limited just to financial. Before I go into the specifics there, we did receive 3 proposals. However, my evaluation here is focused on the top 2 ranked proposals. So between Northview REIT and New Urban, they both provided very, very strong proposals. It was quite a difficult assessment and recommendation for the committee to make. Atco Structures and Logistics, although they provided a good quality and interesting proposal, did not score as highly as the other 2 on a number of core components, and as such, my analysis is focused on the top 2. So, starting with Northview REIT, who are they? They are the 3rd largest real estate investment trust in Canada. They are a publicly traded company. They are governed by the Canadian REIT regulations, and that is a specific set of federal regulations focused at real estate investment trusts. One of the interesting aspects of that regulation is that a real estate investment trust is not allowed to build and hold units for the purpose of condominiumization. So if they own the unit, it must be held under a single title. They are not able to strata and condo the units. They currently have a portfolio of 24,000 apartment units and 1 million square feet of commercial property across Canada. And they are a fully integrated company. So they do the acquisition, design, construction, and building management entirely in-house. And recently they have gone through that entire process for 2,000 purpose-built units. So their depth of experience in delivering this type of project is quite extensive. The Northview proposal. At a very high level, the proposal consists of, first off, an offer to purchase the land outright from the town for a value of $2.73 million plus GST. They are proposing to construct 3 buildings in a single phase. So all construction will take place simultaneously. There will be 2 70-unit apartment buildings and 1 8-unit staff housing building. Of the 2 70-unit apartment buildings, they actually have an option where one of those 2 buildings, rather than being exclusively apartment units, residential units, may include some component of commercial. They have requested that they make that assessment at the time of development, and that determination as to which proposal to move with is at their discretion. An interesting note on the commercial aspect, we included it as a discretionary use in the district. We did not require it in the district to give the proponents the opportunity to propose it. Generally speaking, it's understood that the addition of commercial is beneficial to the pro forma, to basically the bottom line of a development. However, the proponents all came forward and said, actually, it's not necessarily the case. The critical mass, the desire lines in this location does not necessarily indicate that commercial would be successful in this location, given that the town has restrictions on signs facing the highway, that type of advertisement. So given that this would not be commercial development that could be specifically targeted towards the highway or basically highway commercial, they had concerns about whether or not there would be sufficient demand to fill commercial space in those locations. So they want more time to make that assessment, and that was not unique to one proponent, that was consistent across the proponents. The next important point about Northview's proposal is that they will provide 40 of their two-bedroom units. So of the 140 total 140 total residential units, 40 will be provided at 10% below the market rate and with the CCHC eligibility criteria applied. So the CCHC eligibility criteria, just as a refresher, is a requirement there's both an income qualification requirement and a employment or residency in Canmore requirement, and both of those will be applied to those 40 units. There will be an 8-unit, each comprising of 5-bed staff housing with shared common space. So this will be a type of housing that is offering shorter-term leases. So rather than the common 1-year lease, this will allow for short-term 1 month, 2-month type of leases, and will be specifically targeted at seasonal employees, people who might want to come and spend some time working during the ski season or during the summer months. There will be residency and employment restrictions in place for those units, so it's not a hostel. It is specifically targeted for staff housing, but it allows for shorter-term accommodation. In addition to that, there are the 92 two-bedroom units and 8 one-bedroom units that will be pure market units. So,
Sorry to
just have-
interrupt, but Ms.
Yeah.
Councillor Comfort.
yes.
I just wondered, so those staff housing units, could those be rented by an employer, by a business?
I don't see why not. The operational management of the units will be at the discretion of Northview. I would expect that it is to their advantage to rent units to an employer and have consistent and assured tenancy rather than trying to deal with each individual. And so I would have an expectation that that would be the case. I don't know that it will be exclusively for employers, however.
My concern about that would be that, as we've seen in Banff from time to time and other resort municipalities, where people who lose their jobs also lose their housing, so just a heads up.
Understood. Yes. So the total number of units being proposed by Northview is 148. But given the different configuration, in order to provide a comparison, we've also given the total number of beds or bedrooms, which is essentially 312 between the 2-bedroom units, 1-bedroom units, and then the staff accommodation. And they have also retained the possibility for commercial development within the area. Next, we have New Urban. So New Urban Real Estate Advisors, they are in a partnership with 2 other entities, being Zedler BKDI Architects and In-House, which is an Attainable Housing Society, which is a not-for-profit organization. So each one of those entities is separate and distinct. They have a certain aspect of expertise that they would bring to the table. So New Urban is essentially the construction management aspect. Zedler is the architect that would do the design, and then In-House would do the property management once the construction is in place or complete and tenancy is there. They have done multiple affordable housing projects in partnership with municipalities, including in Calgary. Their portfolio is not as extensive as Northview's is, although very few companies' portfolios would be as extensive as Northview. An interesting aspect of New Urban is that they have experience with CMHC, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation financing, and the Affordable Housing Innovation Fund. So that's a relatively new initiative with CMHC to promote affordable housing. And certainly there is some benefit to that type of partnership and working with CMHC to remind them that their mandate is actually affordable housing and to promote that. So there's an interesting element there. The New Urban proposal is 2 buildings built in 2 phases, not in a single phase. Phase 2 would be started based on occupancy of phase 1. They are proposing 142 one-bedroom units, what they're calling junior one-bedroom suites, and 84 two-bedroom units. That is a total of 226 units. But again, to make it a relatively easy comparison, it's 310 beds. So we're talking about a two-bed difference, or two-bedroom difference between the two different proposals. Very, very similar density on the land. What is the most important difference between New Urban and Northview is that New Urban is proposing a participatory ground lease with a 35-year minimum term. And the ground lease comes with both a minimum ground rent, which is based on square footage of land times land value, plus a couple of other variables, with an option for percentage of ground rent based on net income. Essentially what that means is that there is a base rent. The town would remain the landlord. There is a basic rent that is assured, and then there is a potential additional rent based on the net income. So if the net income of the development is successful and they are realizing a higher rate of return, then the town receives a participation in that and a benefit from that additional income. New Urban has also proposed options for up to 100% of the units to be at 80% of market rates, so 20% below market rates, with CCC eligibility criteria applied as well. So the same residency and income qualification requirements as with Northview. So what does that boil down to? So each proposal had some interesting strengths and some interesting weaknesses. And what was most interesting is that the strength of one generally corresponded with the weakness of the other, and vice versa. So if we take a look at the table up in front of you there, the Northview Plus versus the New Urban Minus. So the Northview Plus, the first one is that they are offering to purchase the land and they're requesting no concessions. So they're not looking for off-site levy reductions or other such considerations. Their business model is essentially sell us the land, and with the exception of the contractual arrangements, get out of our way, we'll do it, this is our business. The participatory lease of New Urban does require concessions from the town, the exact details of which we will discuss in camera. The next Northview positive is their units. Their interior unit size is generally larger than New Urban's, and every one of the units on Northview comes with balconies, whereas New Urban's only the two-bedroom units come with balconies. New Urban has in-suite washer and dryer. Northview has in-suite washer and dryer. New Urban has common laundry. Northview is offering both short and long-term rental options, and New Urban is a long-term lease option only, essentially. They did have a proposal where tenants who had, for example, if I was single and I was renting a two-bedroom apartment and I was open to the idea of having a roommate, they would try to facilitate that, but there was no built-in structure to allow for a shorter-term lease. The positive for Northview, fully integrated in-house team. You're dealing with one entity, which makes it a fairly clean and straightforward contractual arrangement. New Urban, however, was a three-way partnership, which makes for a much more complex contractual arrangement, as each partner would be responsible for a different aspect of the project. There are no ongoing town obligations for management of Northview. There are some ongoing managements with New Urban. As I mentioned, simple contractual arrangements versus more complex. Northview has a guaranteed return on investment with cash up front that is fungible for other town uses. New Urban, although the base rent is theoretically guaranteed, it will depend a lot on the contractual arrangements, and certainly to accumulate any significant return, it's a long-term investment. It's a long-term play rather than a short-term play. Building on that, once the town sells the land to Northview, there is no possibility for financial liability to the town. Whereas with New Urban, there is at least a potential for that. They had proposals for ways to mitigate those risks, but you can never mitigate those types of risks to 100%. And the final positive for Northview is that they're non-reliant on external financing. They do everything, including their own in-house financing. So they will finance the project without having to go to external sources. Whereas New Urban will have to go to external financing sources, and whether or not they got, for example, a partnership with CMHC would impact the return on investment that they would receive and the town would potentially receive over time. Now looking at the inverse, what are the positives of New Urban versus the negatives of Northview? So the first one is, with Northview, we have limited land controlled by the town. Once we sell it, it's sold. So we've disposed of that land. Whereas with New Urban, they are proposing that we retain ownership. We would essentially be leasing them the land for a long term. So there is some certainty and control that the town would maintain by virtue of remaining the landlord. Northview is proposing all surface parking. As everybody is aware, large surface parking is not necessarily the most attractive aspect of a development. New Urban is proposing at least some percentage of underground parking on the site, and it's a significant percentage. I believe it's around 35% of the total parking requirement for the development. The next point can be seen as a plus or minus depending on how you look at it. So Northview is proposing to do full build out all at once. That certainly brings out a lot of units quickly, which when you're trying to address the issue of availability and affordability is certainly desirable. However, it does bring a significant number of units all at once, and some members of the community might have concerns on the market's ability to absorb that number of units. So in that case, New Urban taking a phased approach where they would only start construction on phase 2 based on occupancy of phase 1 allows for a more gradual introduction of the number of units to the market. So once again, there are some advantages and disadvantages to both of those. Northview had a very high percentage of a single unit type being 2 bedrooms. When we went out for this RFP, basically what we told the proponents was, this is your business, you are the experts, do an assessment to determine what you feel is most appropriate for the Canmore market and base your proposal on that. Northview has done their research and they've indicated that they feel that there is sufficiently high demand for that many 2-bedroom units. New Urban, however, provided a more balanced mix of units, and the experience of CCHC has shown that a balanced unit mix is desirable or can be an important component. Northview is proposing only 40 of the units will have the PAH criteria apply. The 40 beds of staff housing will have essentially the employment requirements, but they won't have the other CCHC PAH requirements. Whereas New Urban is proposing that up to 100% of the units can have the CCHC criteria applied. Now, the specific way they achieve that and the implications for that, again, are part of their business model that we'll need to discuss in camera, but the up to is the important part there. And the return on investment to the town is impacted by the percentage of units for which the PAH criteria is applied.
Councillor Crowthers.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Fark, just wanted to clarify that on the Northview side where it says 40 units only with PAH criteria, that's in addition to the staffing, the 8 units of 5 beds.
That's correct.
Right, so it's in addition to,
yes.
Those are not the 40.
So
Okay.
if you want to do it from a beds count, that would be 120 of the 312 beds would have the PAH criteria applied to them, or essentially a staff housing or PAH criteria.
Right, one of the two.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
So the next point is that for Northview, there is no long-term return on investment. We get our return essentially upfront, and aside from the fact that we've addressed a major council priority and community need, we're not collecting long-term returns on the investment. I will add a caveat there, though, in that as we are no longer the landlord, as we no longer own the land, the full property tax would be due on the property. So we will collect property tax based on the assessed value of the land. As a landlord, we would still collect or potentially collect property tax on it, but it would be less the value of the land. So there'd be less tax, generally speaking, coming to the town under the lease model than under the ownership model. However, under the leasehold model, the town would continue to benefit from the success of the project for the duration. So we would collect essentially our rent, both our base rent and our participatory rent, through the lifetime of the development. And the last point, again, can be seen as either a plus or a minus. So with Northview, again, there's no administrative resources required to contribute to the ongoing management of the development. Northview does it all. Under the New Urban proposal, there would be a need for some administrative resources to, as a landlord, first of all, to administer the lease, but then also they are proposing a administrative participation in the building management. So there would be some ongoing resources required from administration to continue to manage the development. So those are the strengths and weaknesses of each of the proponents. Then I wanted to address an issue around opportunity cost. So, what was that? First year economics, yes.
That's the opportunity cost of refilling.
Right. So administration is recommending to proceed with Northview. Now, as you will have noted from the staff report, we have done an independent assessment of the valuation of the land, and those are the results. So under the now previous, what was when I wrote this report current, but under the now previous land use, under the I said that under the previous.
I'm not sure if you're aware of the $50 rule here, but.
Oh, honey, he works for Sun Media.
Oh, you're right. Take pity on me.
Okay, back to the matter at hand. So, under the urban reserve district that was previously in place, that was consistent with a gateway district area structure plan, essentially maximum two-story commercial district on those lands. The land was valued at $2.4 million, which is very consistent with the same evaluation that was done in 2012 that valued the land at $2.3 million. The big kicker is that under the proposed and now implemented rental district land use, the value of the land by our appraisal is at $5.9 million. So that's a $3.5 million difference that council just created with essentially the stroke of a pen. So congratulations, you are wealth creators. However, we need to talk about what that $3.5 million really is and what it represents. So that is the potential opportunity cost. A few caveats on that valuation. It overstates the value difference in my opinion, for a number of reasons. One of the ones is that it's an evaluation based on square footage. It doesn't take into consideration, to my understanding, issues like greater highway setbacks required by Alberta transportation. Similarly, there is the fact that the town is placing restrictions through the disposition of the land. And anytime, as Mr. Sorfleet noted earlier, anytime you place restrictions on the land, you affect the value of the land. So those restrictions that we are requiring come with a cost that affects the value of the land. Now, having said that, it is certainly the case that the value of the land, as now zoned, clearly exceeds the $2.7 million or $2.73 million that Northview is, or that any of the proponents essentially have offered. Again, with caveats. So in order to achieve that type of value, you would have to sell it unrestricted. So if we were to sell it unrestricted, we could achieve a higher return. The question is whether or not it would be desirable for the town to actually sell that land unrestricted. What's interesting is that this is based entirely on the residential rental district use. So highest and best use, looking at the highest density. If other uses were to be considered, again, reverting back to commercial, we see that the actual value, realizable value, is substantially less. So that 3.5 million seems like a big number. The reality is that that is a theoretical value only, and that it can only be achieved with an unrestricted sale of the land with the land use as it currently is, in which case there would be nothing to prevent it eventually actually being condominiumized and not treated as a purpose-built rental unit, which is the intent.
So just on that issue, then, if it was envisioned for a future hotel,
Mm-hmm.
which would be a different zoning, commercial,
Mm-hmm.
what's the information we have on the possible value if it was rezoned commercial for a 2 or 3 story hotel?
So interestingly enough, BODA provided us some numbers in their estimation of what the value of the land would be. And they put it in the area of around 1.2, 1.3 million per acre. I think it was around 1.1 per acre. Yes, about that. Now, that would assume, I don't know, because I don't know what went into their calculation, but it would assume a similar scale of development, so a similar density, probably 4-story commercial as opposed to 4-story residential. I don't know. We haven't done an assessment on that to determine whether or not that is actually a correct number. The question is, again, talking about opportunity cost, the other side of opportunity cost is the town has limited land available to it, and we're trying to address a key priority. So if we were to dispose of this land for a purpose other than addressing a key priority, we have lost that opportunity. So there is a cost to not moving forward with addressing the key priority. Whether that cost would equate to the difference between what we would get from Northview and what we would get if we sold it for 4-story commercial on the land is a question I can't answer at this time.
Okay.
The other aspect that I would like to address here is moving forward with anything other than the housing proposal as brought forward. You have conferred a new land use now. You have made that decision. So the question would be, well, it's not even the question. You would essentially need to go through this process again. So put the land up for sale or instruct administration to go back, bring a new land use designation consistent with what you would like to see or what you think would actually bring back the type of return you might be looking for, and then go out to market and test the market and see whether or not there is actually interest in acquiring the land for that purpose. I guess that would be one of the other points, is that certainly some members of the community have an expectation that there is sufficient demand for highway commercial hotel type of development, that parcel would be desirable. I don't know that that is the case. What I do know is that the town has recently conducted a assessment both of our commercial space available and our residential space available. And what is absolutely clear is that we have sufficient commercial space for the town's needs for the foreseeable future, including hotel space. What we don't have is lands available for affordable housing initiatives. So once again, that is another aspect of opportunity cost. That is the extent of the presentation I will do publicly. My recommendation now would be for council to motion to go in camera, and I can answer any specific questions and have a discussion around the specific proposals.
Councillor Sanford?
Thank you, Your Worship. Can I just ask for clarification that the land value with the rental district restriction, that is a restriction, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So with that restriction, it's 5.9 million,
Yeah, so
including the restriction, but there is,
there is, it is termed a rental district, and I'll look to Mr. Sortfleet just to confirm, but there is actually no restriction in the land use itself that requires it to remain rental. We haven't, we
can't make the restriction.
Yes.
The Condo
Okay.
Properties Act basically says if it meets the design of the building, we have to approve the condominium.
Yeah.
So even though it's called a rental district, a future owner and the assessor will have taken this into account, could condo it and sell off the units.
Right. And that's what the value is essentially based on, is highest and best use would be, or highest and most valuable use would be condominiumized strata and sell off as individual units. So there is no restriction based in the land use.
so that's the highest price we could potentially get, is 5.9.
That's right. If this were a, essentially look at the land use like this. The land use you've conferred allows for high-density residential. So based on the ability to build unrestricted high-density residential, you could achieve theoretically 5.9 million.
Okay. I just needed to clarify that because it sounds like there's a restriction on it, but there really isn't.
There is in fact not. The restrictions, as we discussed earlier, would have to come through the contractual arrangements,
Right.
through the disposition of the land.
Thanks.
So just before we move in the CAO, you have a
Yes, I was just going to suggest that if council had any further questions that you felt could be addressed in the public realm, then now's the
Yeah.
time to do that rather than go in camera.
That's exactly what I was thinking. So to that point, as long as their questions are not related to the proprietary information, probably now's a good time to ask them. Councillor Krausert?
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Fark, thank you very much for the presentation and the comparisons and what is a very difficult decision. I'm wondering, is it potential to have a contractual obligation that there's a residency requirement that upon entering into a lease that you are, you or a member of the family that's living there works in Canmore? So if they lose their employment, that doesn't necessarily mean they lose their housing. It's just that when you enter into it, you have to have had that.
Yeah, and so that would be consistent with the CCHC eligibility criteria. And that is what essentially both proponents are proposing.
But not, I'm not talking about the income requirements.
No, we're also talking about the employment requirements. So I specifically, or both proponents have specifically stated that both the income requirement and the employment requirement, or the other, so CCHC has a number of criteria for determining eligibility.
Yeah.
Income is one of them. Employment, at least 20 hours per week in Canmore, is one. Or there are a couple of other criteria. A senior who can demonstrate certain ties to the community, et cetera.
So what my question is, especially with regards to the Northview, is it, because they just talked about 40 units plus this, plus the staff,
Yeah.
is it possible that there's a contractual requirement that whoever rents there, whatever the rate, whatever their income, has to have an employment requirement in Canmore? My thought being, without that, what prevents, I mean, it's $1,700 a month, $425 a week. If somebody was coming from Calgary and wanting to rent a hotel every weekend, it very well could be better for them to just line up their hotel and becomes.
Absolutely. So to be clear, the proponents based their proposal on their pro forma, basically what the return was that they needed to achieve. And in Northview's proposal specifically, they said, we can achieve a reasonable return by guaranteeing 40 units RPAH, but the remainder need to be market. Now, through the contractual arrangements, we could attempt to discuss with them a restriction, not on price, but simply on location.
Yeah.
and we can see if they are amenable to that. The reality is that they're going to have concerns because, once again, anytime you place a restriction, you affect price. So what happens if they can't fill those units? They're with people who are willing to pay a full market rate. Do they allow those units to sit empty? So there would have to be some criteria and a mechanism to allow those units to fill up. Now, can we have that conversation with them? We can certainly try. But it is not what is contemplated in their current proposal.
Okay. Well, I would certainly appreciate that conversation be had, and there's certainly ways to contractually overcome that challenge.
Yes, through the disposition, we could essentially look to a caveat type of scenario to try to address that.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you, and Mr. Sorfleet has pointed that out. So Northview has pointed out in their proposal that the $2.73 million that they're offering for the land is based on this consideration, basically their proposal. If we were to try to place additional restrictions, they may be amenable to that, but they may therefore request to alter how much they're proposing to pay for the land as well, if there is a restriction that is likely to affect the value of the development. So all I'm saying is that if we're entering into a negotiation, something we ask for may come with a cost.
Okay, so I had been considering an amendment to the motion to require that, but I think that it might be just left as part of the negotiations if I hear you correctly, that that's something that could be explored.
Yeah, it's something that can be explored. If the difficulty is if we make it part of the motion and it's not, so that would be essentially council unilaterally changing a fundamental aspect of their proposal without discussing with them. And under that scenario, they might therefore say that their proposal is, or they withdraw their proposal, or they're not prepared to meet that condition. It would probably be preferable to leave that as a point for negotiation.
When does this come back to us next?
The intent was not for it to come back to you next. So you have the proposals before you, and the intent is, as you saw in the motions, that the disposition, that administration is instructed to move forward with the disposition. However, if it is council's desire, we could change that. We could enter into the negotiation and then bring back the final contract for council for approval.
But it would come back to us as Development Authority.
Oh, absolutely, it would come
Yeah.
back to you as Development Authority.
So
yes.
that's, if
Yes.
not at the contract, then as Development Authority.
Yes, absolutely.
But of course, by that time, the contract's entered into, and the ship has sailed if it was really important about the residential element.
Yes.
Okay. I've got some other questions, but I'll let...
Yeah, I have a question along the same line, just feeling out what might be possible as a part of contract negotiation. And in your report, the Northview REIT, you note the schematic design disadvantages, the large surface parking lot, and basic site design and building layout. Are those sorts of disadvantages that might be improved upon through negotiation at contract stage?
Certainly, some of those things are things that we can address either through the negotiation stage or actually just through the development process. So minor alterations to site design, to connectivity, to those sorts of things can be addressed through the development process. Anything that fundamentally alters the pro forma, so the financial calculation on which the agreement is based, is not something that we can do unilaterally or expect to achieve through development if it has not been negotiated in advance. So significant alterations to the site layout, significant alterations to the building design, those are the types of things that will impact price, cost to construct, and therefore we cannot unilaterally.
Sure, but if that was put on the table, then the proponent would have a counteroffer that would reflect
Yeah, and certainly at this stage, we have not asked for detailed design. So we've asked for schematic design only. So for some of the issues, we can certainly look at ways to improve that. However, for example, to take parking. So there are ways you can potentially configure surface parking to make it more visually appealing, or to screen it, or to shield it. But if it's a fundamental shift from surface parking to underground parking, then that is, that's a substantial and substantive change.
And one other question at this time is, in the North Urban proposal, New Urban, proposing a three-way partnership, how is the value of the land assigned in that case for the sake of the town?
So New Urban's proposal was, the ground lease was based on evaluation of the land. And they assigned the land a valuation of $4.2 million for the purposes of determining the base lease rate.
So do I understand then that that valuation has direct impact on the year-to-year revenue to the town?
Correct. So if we were to increase the valuation, say to the $5.9 million here for the sake of argument, that would result theoretically in a higher base ground lease to the town. However, it will probably also likely come with a request for further concessions or a reduction in the per square foot rate that they are prepared to pay for the lease. Ultimately, again, the calculation is done on these entities essentially achieving a certain rate of return on their investment.
Okay, it's a little tricky here. Some questions that would flow from this that we have to wait for in camera to ask, but
Yes.
I want to follow that line a little bit later. Councillor Comfort.
Yeah, I just have a question about, under the operational model advantages for Northview is fully integrated in-house operations for all components, design, construction, and operation. Does that include subtrades, or would there be work here for local subtrades?
No, so subtrades are always, or are not considered as part of in-house. So my understanding from Northview is that they have a preferred relationship with a number of subtrades due to the volume of work that they do, and that allows them to achieve better competitive pricing. But that's not going to be the case for all subtrades, and not all of those subtrades will be available within this region. So there's certainly an expectation that a percentage of the work would have to come from the local subtrades.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Is telling us who conducted the appraisal in camera, or is this up front?
Sorry?
Who conducted our evaluation appraisal of the property?
AccuMark appraisals, and we've used them in the past, and I can provide you with a copy of that appraisal.
Thank you.
Councillor McCallum.
I unselected my button. I've got nothing.
Councillor Cressert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just on the appraisal, thank you for providing us the information about the rental appraisal, but it's seeming to me that it really has very little impact on this decision, because what was appraised as a rental unit is something very different than what we're describing here.
Yes.
And I don't think you can actually appraise what we're describing here either.
And this is what I was indicating, is the
Yeah.
restrictions that we're putting in place have an impact on the value that the appraiser was not able to take into consideration.
Yeah. So if there was any impression that we are taking a $3.5 million hit off an appraised value, that would be completely erroneous.
That would be incorrect, yes. And furthermore, you have to look at, again, land use. So if we were to preserve it as commercial gateway, as it is, the previous ASP contemplated, then the valuation is up $2.4 million.
Yeah.
So it's considerably less than what we can achieve while at the same time addressing a key council priority.
Yeah.
So there is, one of the key arguments here is that you achieve both a significant financial return on your investment and you address a key council priority at the same time. And that combined also is, you have to factor into that, into your opportunity cost equation.
Yeah, and it would seem to me that the proponents have all done their pro formas, and if let's say we were to go with Northview or whoever, the market's going to determine really a value, and that value is based on their economic analysis.
Yes.
And so the actual value actually may not be that much higher than what is being offered.
Right. I mean, for both Northview and Nor Urban, the rate of return that they're going to be looking at, what they call the cap rate, essentially. For this type of development, there's sort of an industry standard. It's understood sort of what the range is that they're looking to achieve. And depending on how they put it together, but it's usually in that 7 to 10% rate. And so based on that annual or that cap rate return, they have valued the land and the proposal at the amount that they have offered. In the case of Northview, the $2.73 million for the land, included with the restrictions that we've put in place. And with New Urban, 4.2, based on certain concessions from the town on other aspects and a participatory ground lease. So none of the proponents, and interestingly enough, ATCO valued the land at $1.9 million based on their model. So none of the three proponents value the land at anywhere as close to the $5.9 million based on the RFP requirements that the appraisal has indicated.
And the restrictions that would flow with the use of it.
That's right. So that's why I was really wanting to emphasize that the $5.9 million is a theoretical value based on an unrestricted residential development and is, yes, in my opinion, considerably higher than what could be realized.
Great. Thank you.
Councillor Seeley?
I worry about the risk, the residential clause. If we can't get there, there is a risk that this doesn't meet the community need.
So risk is certainly, and if you remember the scoring criteria, risk was a key element of the scoring criteria that we were looking at, both financial risk and overall risk, which is essentially the risk of not getting units or not having the units address the community need. Both proponents that we're currently discussing included in their proposals significant mitigations against those risks. In the opinion of administration, the Northview mitigations are the stronger ones. And that is the primary reason, ultimately, why we are recommending going with Northview over New Urban, is that Northview represents the lower risk of the two scenarios. So Northview, being a REIT, and given the caveats we can place through the disposition of the land, gives us a very high degree of confidence that the units will remain purpose-built rental in perpetuity or over the term of the 20-25 years that is being contemplated. In addition to that, they've agreed to, for example, a right of first refusal. So if at any future time they decided they wanted to get out of the rental business, the town would have the first opportunity to purchase the asset and to retain it as purpose-built rental. So Northview has provided significant mitigations against those risks. New Urban has also provided mitigations against those risks. Theirs are more complex. Thanks.
Okay. I think at this point then, I'll move that the council go in camera. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion
It
carried.
might only be 5 minutes.
So, at this time then, I'll move that council approve the award for the development of employee housing and/or purpose-built rental units for the parcel at 1451 Palliser Trail to Northview REIT, conditional on the successful negotiation of the required contractual arrangements. And we should vote on that separately from the second motion. Anybody care to speak to the motion? I'll speak to the motion. When we first acquired this land in exchange for the very small piece, comparatively small piece of land behind the seniors lodge 3 years ago or whatever, the intent at the time was to use it for this kind of housing. In a sense, we've taken a small piece of land behind the seniors lodge that had arguably very little market value because it was pretty much held for future seniors housing. We took that and we acquired this piece of land in the Palliser in a straight exchange, which now through this motion we can meet one of our priorities, or start to address our priority of providing affordable housing and addressing the other housing needs. Through the sale of the land, then arguably we can purchase another piece of land somewhere else or put that money into PAH. So from that small beginning of a small parcel behind the seniors lodge, which essentially was sterilized for any other use, we've multiplied it and added to it and getting arguably or potentially a lot of units from this contract and potentially a lot of other units through the use of the proceeds of the sale. So I recognize there's some risks in moving forward with this, but I also recognize that any such decision will carry some risk, and I believe that we've addressed or understood the risks and have addressed the risks in as comprehensive and thoughtful a manner as possible. So I will support the motion. Anybody else care to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Interesting and precise way of explaining what I was thinking. It's a total loaves and fishes moment, really, because the land behind the seniors lodge is also providing housing, and more housing for seniors will be provided on that property. We are addressing needs of affordable housing, but we're also addressing needs of housing supply and low end of market housing supply or mid-range of market housing supply, which is not supplied right now, and purpose-built rental, which allows people to plan their lives and save money and look to the future and plan families as well. So I am pleased and proud to support these recommendations from administration. I am grateful for the work that was done on this, because it's been a lot of work, and I look forward to seeing the end result.
Councillor Krausert.
Your Worship, I just wanted to simply add what I'm hearing from both of your comments that I agree with. You spoke that we've assessed the risk. Yes, we have, and that's acceptable. And Councillor McCallum spoke to the benefits. And quite clearly in my mind, the benefits to the community of proceeding outweigh any potential risk.
Councillor Stanford.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I think administration did a really great job of providing us with the information that we need to make this decision and to do some comparative analysis and get to where we need to be as a community. I think the risk analysis that we've been presented with demonstrates that we are able to move forward with a confident way of negotiating with the contractor that is making this proposal and minimizing the long-term risk to ourselves, but getting the rental stock that we so desperately need in the Bow Valley. So I really appreciate all the effort, and also to highlight the comparative analysis of all the proposals that we were given information on. So thank you very much, and I will be happy to support your suggestion and recommendations.
Councillor Comfort?
I am delighted to support this motion and finally provide something that our residents need. I think that we have a unique opportunity in this particular firm and the possibility of a long-term mutually beneficial relationship, and I look forward to that. And I want to congratulate admin for taking advantage of this opportunity and providing us with the information we needed to make a good decision.
Councillor Russell?
Oh, damn, I didn't get the last word.
Yeah.
Anyway,
getting the
you know
last
what?
word.
Echo what everybody else says. Good job. It's nice to see something go forward, and so far no one's shooting at us, and everybody's happy, and it looks positive.
Councillor Seeley? Oh, you didn't get the last word.
I really struggled with this one and spent a lot of time on it, and talked to administration and a lot of the stakeholders, and it was a hard one for me. I do appreciate the work that was done, and yeah, I think it's an important opportunity for us, so I will support it.
That then I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And thank you very much, Mr. Fark, all the work that you've done on this. I know there's another motion. Just saying thanks. It was a lot of work. I'll now move the council direct administration to conclude the contractual arrangement required to enact the project, including disposition of the land with the successful proponent within 40 days of award, and that proceeds from the sale be allocated as follows: $500,000 to the General Capital Reserve and the balance to the PAH Reserve. Discussion on that motion? Seeing none, call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. I'll move that we postpone discussion on items F3 and F4, the criminal records check bylaw repeal and the false alarm bylaw, to the next opportunity, the next business meeting of council. So discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. I'll move the council now be adjourned. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously.